We know him to be, as another senior Democrat on this committee described him, quote unquote, a man of his word. As a third senior colleague put it, a Democrat as well, he is always a gentleman. He is straightforward and fair. Most of all, the members of this committee know him to be a leader who has served the people of Alabama and all Americans with integrity, with dedication, and with courage. That describes how I know the nominee for the 20 years that I've served with him. As former Chairman Leahy observed the last time a new president took office, it's, quote, important that the Justice Department have a senior leadership in place without delay. We need the Justice Department to be at its best, end of quote. Perhaps my good friend Senator Schumer said it best when he observed that we should, quote, move to a vote, hopefully sooner rather than later, end of quote. And when we do, as he said, we, quote, won't be voting for or against the president's policies. We'll be voting, or in summary, Senator Schumer said, we'll be voting for a colleague with a first-rate legal mind whose record proves his commitment to just law enforcement and eminently qualified to lead the Department of Justice. I've been encouraged by the initial support many of our colleagues on both sides of the aisle have expressed for Senator Sessions' nomination. So I look forward to hearing from Senator Sessions and moving to his appointment without delay. Senator Sessions' record is a life of public service, and so we know his story. He was raised in a small town of Hybert, Alabama, where his father owned and ran a small country store. He then studied at Huntington College and the University of Alabama before practicing law in Russellville and Mobile. Senator Sessions has always been an active member of his community. He taught school before attending law school and taught Sunday school at Ashland Place Methodist Church. He served our nation in the Army Reserve, attaining the rank of captain. After his time in private practice, Senator Sessions served as an assistant U.S. attorney in the Southern District of Alabama. He then headed that office after the Senate confirmed him for U.S. attorney, a post he held for a dozen years. So all told, this senator, colleague of ours, has served 15 years as a federal prosecutor in the department that he will soon head. It was during that time that he oversaw the investigation of Klansman Francis Hayes for the brutal abduction and murder of a black teenager, Michael Donald. He made sure that case was brought to state court, where the defendant was eligible for and received the punishment that he justly deserved, the death penalty. His office then successfully prosecuted that murders accomplished in federal court. Based on his prosecutorial record, the people of Alabama elected him their Attorney General and then their senator. He has served with us since 1997. And as our former chairman observed, this committee has relied on him for his prosecutorial experience during the course of his Senate service. Throughout his public service, both within the department and outside of the department, he has raised his hand and served when called upon. He has done his duty, enforced the law fairly, and let the chips fall where they may. Reflecting on this record of service, it's no surprise then that Senator Sessions was also an Eagle Scout. Other members of this committee know, as I do, that the Scout's motto, "Be prepared," sits on his desk in his Senate office. Senator Sessions' entire life of dedicated public service has prepared him for this day. If he's confirmed, and I expect that he will be, Senator Sessions will shed his role as a legislator who writes law, and he'll take on the task of enforcing the laws Congress has written. He has made this transition before when the people of Alabama elected him their senator based on his record of service as U.S. Attorney and Alabama Attorney General. As one member of this committee observed about a lawyer's transition into the role of a judge, quote, "There are turning points in a person's life when they put away things of the past and move into new responsibilities," end of quote. Serving as our nation's Attorney General will mark another such turning point in Senator Sessions' distinguished career. And every member of this committee knows from experience, in his new role, Senator Sessions will be a leader for law and order administered without regard to person. Leadership to that end is exactly what the department now needs. It should go without saying that the department is tasked with the responsibility of enforcing our laws, all of our laws, in a dispassionate and even-handed way. We write the laws. The executive enforces them faithfully. This is simple but very foundational principle. Unfortunately, for the last several years, the department has simply declined to enforce some laws the executive branch found obnoxious. The department's failure to enforce the law has run the gamut of issues from criminal law to our nation's duly enacted immigration laws. It's true that each branch of government has an independent duty to assess the constitutionality of the laws it writes, it administers, and it adjudicates. But it's equally true that the executive has a constitutional responsibility to, as we all know, take care that the laws be faithfully executed. I know our colleague, this Senator Sessions, respects the legislative process and the prerogative of Congress to write the law. As he explained during the confirmation hearing that we held for John Ashcroft's nomination to serve as Attorney General, quote, "The Attorney General is a law enforcer. There is a big difference between a politician and a senator where we vote on policy and executing that policy," end of quote. I look forward to hearing from Senator Sessions on how he will transition from voting on policy matters to enforcing the laws he has labored so long to improve and to sustain. Just as he respects Congress's duly enacted laws, Senator Sessions knows and respects the importance of an independent Attorney General at the department's helm. When he has questioned other candidates for the office of Attorney General, he has made plain the priorities of an Attorney General's independence. He sought assurances on this account during the confirmation hearing for Attorney General Eric Holder, a nominee that happens Senator Sessions and I both supported despite policy disagreements with Eric Holder. Senator Sessions asked at that time, quote, "You are not threatening and not guaranteeing you are going to prosecute people until you fairly evaluate all the facts and the evidence and the law they thought they were dealing with at the time," end of quote. During this committee's hearing on the confirmation of another Attorney General, Senator Sessions reflected on the obligations of the people as he knew them from his service in Alabama. Quote, "You speak for the legal interests of the state," end of quote. As a result, he said, quoting again, "There are times when the Attorney General represents the state. He has an obligation and a duty regardless of what the parties to a litigation may say, including when one of those parties is the government, to ensure that it is fair for all the people of the state." This firm grasp of the separation of powers equips this Senator Sessions to provide the department with independent leadership of the highest priority. He knows the department's obligations well, not only because he knows the department, but because he has seen those obligations observed in the breach from his seat beside us in the Senate. To this legislator, the department's failure in the just enforcement of our laws isn't just a policy disappointment on a particular issue, it's an affront to the very separation of powers that defines our role and the voice of the people that warrants our votes. I imagine Senator Sessions may have thoughts on that question as well, and I hope to hear those points. On this committee, we don't always agree on the right way to handle the complex policy issues we consider. And when you have served in the Senate as long as Senator Sessions and I have, you're bound to find at least a few points of disagreement with even the most like-minded colleagues. But Senator Sessions, 2 decades of service beside me, testify without question to this. He is a man of honor and integrity, dedicated to the faithful and fair enforcement of the law, who knows well and deeply respects the Department of Justice and its constitutional role. I look forward to hearing from him about this vision and plans for the department. And now it is Senator Feinstein's turn for her words.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank Senator Leahy also for his words. If I may, I would like to begin by just quickly introducing some Californians in the audience. Congresswoman Maxine Waters from Los Angeles, Congresswoman Barbara Lee from the Bay Area, also Denise Rojas, who is a dreamer who has been enormously successful. I had the privilege of writing an article about her. And also the Reverend Dr. Amos Brown, whom I've known for 40 years, and the Reverend Dr. Frederick Haynes. They are part of the ministerial delegation here today. The senator before us this morning is someone that many of us on this committee has worked with for some 20 years, and that makes this very difficult for me. I committed to Senator Sessions in our private meeting, and I'll say it again here. The process is going to be fair and thorough. But today, we're not being asked to evaluate him as a senator. We're being asked to evaluate him for the Attorney General of the United States, the chief law enforcement for the largest and best democracy in the world. As Attorney General, his job will not be to advocate for his beliefs. Rather, the job of the Attorney General is to enforce federal law. Even if he voted against the law, even if he spoke against it before it passed, even if he disagrees with the precedent saying that the law is constitutional. Most importantly, his job will be to enforce federal law equally for all Americans. And this job requires service to the people and the law, not to the president. The president-elect said to his opponent during a debate, and I quote, "If I win, I'm going to instruct my Attorney General to get a special prosecutor to look at your situation," end quote. Mr. Chairman, that's not what an Attorney General does. An Attorney General does not investigate or prosecute at the direction of the President. Nor do Attorneys Generals wear 2 hats, one as the President's lawyer and one as the people's lawyer. That model has failed. Rather, the Attorney General must put aside loyalty to the President. He must ensure that the law and the Constitution come first and foremost, period. President Lincoln's Attorney General, Edward Bates, I think said it best when he said this, and I quote, "The office I hold is not properly political, but strictly legal, and it is my duty above all other ministers of state to uphold the law and to resist all encroachments from whatever quarter," end quote. That is the job of the Attorney General. If confirmed, Senator Sessions will be the top official charged with faithfully and impartially enforcing all federal law and protecting our fundamental right to vote from all incursions, whether they be foreign or domestic. His duty will be to enforce and protect our civil rights and constitutional freedoms, including a woman's right to choose. He will run the department that ensures those who commit hate crimes are held accountable. And he will be charged with protecting consumers and taxpayers from fraud and making sure that corrupt public officials are held accountable. He will prosecute polluters based on federal law. And it is the Attorney General who must ensure that this government follows the law, does not ever torture again. This is an awesome responsibility and an enormous job. What we must do now in these hearings is determine what type of Attorney General Senator Sessions will be if confirmed. And let me express a deep concern. There is so much fear in this country. I see it, I hear it, particularly in the African American community, from preachers, from politicians, from everyday Americans. As Mrs. Evelyn Turner of the Marion III said in her passionate letter to this committee, and I quote, "I am very troubled by his stance against civil rights in the more recent past. As a U.S. Senator, he supported no laws or causes which suggest that he has changed," end quote. Throughout his Senate career, Senator Sessions has advocated an extremely conservative agenda. For example, he voted no and spoke for nearly 30 minutes in this committee against a Leahy amendment 2 years ago that expressed the sense of the Senate that the United States would not bar people from entering this country based on their religion. He voted against each of 3 bipartisan comprehensive immigration bills in 2006, 2007, and 2013. Twice, he voted against the DREAM Act, the bill for undocumented youth, known as Dreamers, who were brought here as children through no choice of their own, calling it a, quote, reckless proposal for mass amnesty, end quote. He voted against efforts to prohibit the use of waterboarding and other so-called enhanced interrogation techniques, calling them lawful and praising Attorney General Mukasey in 2008 for refusing to rule out the use of waterboarding in the future. These interrogation techniques are and were, at the time, illegal. And thanks to a provision Senator McCain placed in the Defense Authorization Bill this past year, they are now prohibited from use. In addition, Senator Sessions voted against the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Hate Crimes Act, which, among other things, expanded the hate crimes law to cover sexual orientation and gender identity. Arguing against the hate crimes law in 2009, he said this, "Today, I'm not sure women or people with different sexual orientations face that kind of discrimination. I just don't see it," end quote. Well, this senator regretfully sees it. Hate crimes are happening. The Department of Justice must see it, must investigate it, and prosecute it appropriately. Those are votes that are deeply concerning. They are recent, they are important, and they clearly show this senator's point of view. Now, for all these reasons, this hearing must determine clearly whether this senator will enforce laws he voted against. We, the American people, want to know how he intends to use this awesome power of the Attorney General if he is confirmed. Will he use it fairly? Will he use it in a way that respects law and the Constitution? Will he use it in a way that eases tensions among our communities and our law enforcement officers? Will he be independent of the White House? Will he tell the President no when necessary and faithfully enforce ethic laws and constitutional restrictions? So we will ask questions and we will press for answers. Ultimately, we must determine whether Senator Sessions can be the Attorney General for all of our people. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to conclude with one final point. We cannot ignore that there are deep concerns and anxieties throughout America. There is a deep fear about what a Trump administration will bring in many places. And this is the context in which we must consider Senator Sessions' record and nomination to become the chief law enforcement of America. Communities across this country are concerned about whether they will be able to rely on the Department of Justice to protect their rights and freedoms. These freedoms are so cherished. They are what make us unique among nations. There have been sit-ins, protests, and writings, and the committee has received letters of opposition from 400 different civil rights organizations, 1,400 law professors, 1,000 law students, a broad task force of organizations that oppose domestic violence, 70 reproductive health organizations, and many, many others. All these letters express deep anxiety about the direction of this country and whether this nominee will enforce the law fairly, evenly, without personal bias. So I hope today's questions are probing and the answers are fulsome. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the only way we have to know whether this man can dispatch himself from the president and from his record and vote in full according to the laws of the United States of America. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you, Senator Feinstein. Before I turn to Senators Shelby and Collins for their opening statement, I'd note that the committee received a letter from former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice indicating that she had hoped to join our colleagues in introducing Senator Sessions. She strongly supports his nomination. It's a powerful letter, and I hope my colleagues will take time to read it, and I'd like to have it entered in the record at this point. Now to Senator Shelby and Senator Collins in that order. Proceed.
Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Feinstein, thank you for allowing me to be a part of this historic hearing today. Although my friend and colleague Jeff Sessions is well known to the members of this committee, it's my distinct privilege to introduce him as President-elect Donald Trump's nominee to serve as our next United States Attorney General. Before joining the Senate, Jeff Sessions began his distinguished career as a practicing attorney and then served as the United States Attorney for Alabama's Southern District before ultimately becoming the Attorney General of the state of Alabama. During the past 20 years here in the U.S. Senate that I have served with Jeff Sessions, I've had the opportunity to know him well, not just as a skilled attorney with an accomplished record as a prosecutor and as a legislator, but as a man of extraordinary character. I have the highest regard not only for his intellect, but for his integrity. Unfortunately, since the announcement of his nomination, Jeff's political opponents have attacked his character with baseless and tired allegations. But in reality, Jeff Sessions' extensive record of treating all Americans equally under the law is clear and well documented. Throughout his decades of public service, including his impressive tenure on this committee, Jeff's commitment to upholding the rule of law, I believe, is unparalleled. The integrity, humility, and gravity with which Jeff Sessions will approach the office of Attorney General of the United States is unquestionable. I have no doubt, Mr. Chairman, that he will apply the law with the impartiality that's required of the job. I'm also confident that this committee will report favorably and expeditiously Jeff Sessions' nomination to be the next Attorney General of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Senator Feinstein, members of this distinguished committee, I am pleased to join Senator Shelby in presenting my friend and colleague, Senator Jeff Sessions, and to offer my support for his nomination to be our next Attorney General. Jeff Sessions and I were first sworn into the United States Senate on the very same day. In the 20 years since, we have worked closely on some issues and on opposite sides on others. In fact, it would be fair to say that we have had our share of vigorous debates and policy disagreements. Through these experiences, I have come to know Senator Sessions professionally as a trusted colleague and personally as a good friend. I can vouch confidently for the fact that Jeff Sessions is a person of integrity, a principled leader, and a dedicated public servant. As a senator, Jeff Sessions has worked across the aisle to lead important legislative reforms. He has worked with Senator Dick Durbin to pass the Fair Sentencing Act, a law that addressed the unfair racial disparity in crack cocaine sentencing. He worked with Senator Ted Kennedy to pass the Prison Rape Elimination Act, and with Senator Chris Coons on the reauthorization of the Victims of Child Abuse Act. An area where Senator Sessions and I have worked together is in opposing unfair trade agreements and practices that hurt American workers. What I want this committee and the American people to know is that Jeff Sessions is the same genuine, fair-minded person in unguarded private moments as he is in the halls of the Senate. We first came to know each other during dinners with other members of our Senate class, where we discussed everything from our politics to our families. I have never witnessed anything to suggest that Senator Sessions is anyone other than a dedicated public servant and a decent man. In 1980, long before he ran for the Senate or even dreamed of being Attorney General, Jeff Sessions sponsored the first African American member of the Mobile Lions Club. As U.S. Attorney, he provided leadership in the successful convictions of 2 Klan members who had murdered an African-American teenager. As ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee in 2009, he appointed the first African-American to serve as chief counsel to the Republican members. My friends, these are not the actions of an individual who is motivated by racial animus. In spite of this strong record, Senator Sessions' nomination has generated controversy. He has had to withstand some very painful attacks on his characters, both years ago and again today, with little or no acknowledgement of his accomplishments and actions or the responses he has made to the accusations levied against him. As this committee debates this nomination, I would draw your attention to an important epilogue to Jeff Sessions' nomination 31 years ago to be a federal judge. The late Senator Arlen Specter of Pennsylvania was a member of the Judiciary Committee when the Sessions nomination was considered in 1986. Senator Specter, then a Republican, voted against Jeff Sessions. Years later, in 2009, Senator Specter had switched parties. He was asked by a reporter if he regretted any of the more than 10,000 votes he had cast. Out of all of those votes, then Democratic Senator Specter cited just one. It was his vote against confirming Jeff Sessions as a federal judge. When asked why, Senator Specter replied, quote, "Because I have since found that Senator Sessions is egalitarian," end quote. In other words, once Senator Specter served with Jeff Sessions and had the opportunity to get to know him, he changed his mind. I hope that you will keep Arlen Specter's reflections in mind as this committee evaluates Senator Sessions' public service, his character, and his fidelity to the rule of law. The members of this committee have an advantage that Senator Specter did not. The vast majority of you have already served with Senator Sessions, and you know him well. If this committee places its trust in him, I have every confidence that Jeff Sessions will execute the office of Attorney General honestly, faithfully, and fully in the pursuit of justice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Feinstein and members of this committee.
And thank both of our colleagues for your powerful statement. I appreciate it very much. And you're free to go, and we'll call the nominee at this point. Senator Sessions, before you're seated, I'd like to administer the oath. Would you raise your hand, please, and answer this question? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, and please be seated. Senator Sessions, it's our normal process, if you desire to introduce people that are with you, including your family, I'm sure you're very proud of. You're free to do that, and then go immediately to your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe we've been joined by super grandchildren of mine. It's an honor for me to be here and to have my family with me. First, my wife, Mary, my best friend for 47 years. Without her love and support and sunshine, none of this would have been possible for me and our family. And we are so proud of our three children, each one of which are here today. Mary Abigail Reinhardt, our oldest, is married to Lay Washington, and they're now stationed in the Pacific. Thank you. They're now stationed in the Pacific Coast. They have two children, Jane Ritchie and Jimbo, and they wish me well this morning. My daughter, Ruth Walk, maybe Ruth, you would stand up, and her husband, John Walk. John is an attorney with the Department of Homeland Security, and they have four children, as you see before you today. Gracie, and Hannah, and Joanna, and Phoebe. Phoebe and Joanna are twins, and we're so proud of them. My son, Sam, is a graduate of Auburn and Alabama Law School. Sorry, Sam, about the game last night. Lindsay, congratulations, wherever he is. Sam is an attorney in Birmingham, and he's married to Angela Stratus. They have four children, Alexa, Sophia, Louis, and Nicholas. 10 grandchildren, The oldest is 9, and you can imagine the week we had at the beach this summer in Alabama. Finally, I want to express how humbled I am to have received such overwhelming support and encouragement from our nation's law enforcement community. Many are here today. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I would like to ask those present, please, to stand and be recognized, the law enforcement members that are here today. Would you please stand? Every major law enforcement organization in America has endorsed my candidacy. I feel the weight of the confidence they've placed in me. And gentlemen and ladies, I'll do my best to be worthy of that. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, yesterday was Law Enforcement Officer Appreciation Day. Sadly, on that day, we lost 2 of our brave officers. Orlando Police Department, Master Sergeant Deborah Clayton, one of the first officers to respond to the Orlando nightclub shooting in June, was shot and killed while confronting a subject wanted for murder. Sergeant Clayton, a 17-year veteran of the force, was married with 2 children. While assisting in the search for that assailant, Orange County Deputy First Class Sheriff Norman Lewis was killed in a traffic accident on his motorcycle. He was an 11-year veteran of the Sheriff's Office. These honorable and dedicated have dedicated their lives to keeping their community safe, and we should remember their service and keep them and our families and their families in our prayers. Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Feinstein, distinguished members of the committee, I'm honored to appear before you today. I thank you for the opportunity to respond to your questions as you discharge your duty in the appointment process as prescribed by the Constitution. I also want to thank my dear friends.
USA! No Trump! No KKK! No fascist USA! Sessions is a racist, illegitimate, just like the whole Trump fascist regime. Prevent it from ruling. People should flood into the streets. January 14th. Let me stand up. January 14th and stay in the street. Stop the Trump regime before it is. No Trump. No KKK. No fascist USA. No Trump.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, dear friends, I want to thank Richard Shelby, my colleague, and Senator Susan Collins for the kind and generous introductions. It was very moving and touching for me. It's hard to believe, really, that the 3 of us have served together in this body for almost 20 years. When I arrived in the Senate in 1997, I probably wouldn't have anticipated becoming so close with a colleague from Maine, 2 people from the northernmost part of our country and the southernmost part of our country. It took us a while to perhaps understand our accents, but once we did, we became fast friends. Of course, Richard Shelby and I never had an accent problem. He was has been a steadfast friend, and I think we've been a pretty good team representing the interest of Alabama and the United States. I want to thank President-elect Donald Trump for the confidence and trust he has shown in me by nominating me to serve as the Attorney General of the United States. I feel the weight of an honor greater than I aspired to. If I'm confirmed, I will commit to you and to the American people to be worthy of the office and the special trust that comes with it. So I come before you today as a colleague who's worked with you for years, and some of you 20 years. You know who I am. You know what I believe in. You know that I'm a man of my word and can be trusted to do what I say I will do. You know that I revere the Constitution, that I'm committed to the rule of law, and you know that I believe in fairness, in impartiality, and equal justice under law.
Over the years, you've heard me say many times that I love the Department of Justice. The Office of Attorney General of the United States is not a normal political office, and anyone who holds it must have total fidelity to the laws and the Constitution of the United States. He or she must be committed to following the law. He or she must be willing to tell the president or other top officials if he or they overreach. He or she cannot be a mere rubber stamp. He or she must set the example for the employees of the department to do the right thing and ensure that when they do the right thing, they know the Attorney General will back them up, no matter what politician might call or what powerful special interest, influential contributor, or friend might try to intervene. The message must be clear. Everyone is expected to do their duty. That is the way I was expected to perform as an assistant United States attorney, working for Attorney General Meese and part of my career. And that is the way I trained my assistants when I became United States attorney. And if confirmed, that is the way I will lead the Department of Justice. In my over 14 years in the Department of Justice, I tried cases personally of every kind: drug trafficking, very large international smuggling cases, many firearms cases, other violent crimes, a series of public corruption cases of quite significance, financial wrongdoing, and environmental violations. Our office supported historic civil rights cases and major civil cases. Protecting the people of this country from crime, and especially from violent crime, is a high calling of the men and women of the Department of Justice. Today, I'm afraid it's become more important than ever. Since the early 1980s, good policing and prosecutions over a period of years have been a strong force in reducing crime, making our communities safer. Drug use and murders are half what they were in 1980 when I became a United States attorney. So I'm very concerned that the recent jump in violent crime and murder rates are not anomalies, but the beginning of a dangerous trend that could reverse those hard-won gains that have made America a safer and more prosperous place. The latest FBI statistics show that all crime increased nearly 4% from 2014 to 2015, the largest increase since 1991, with murders increasing nearly 11%, the single largest increase since 1971. In 2016, there were 4,368 shooting victims in Chicago. In Baltimore, homicides reached the second highest per capita rate ever. The country is also in the throes of a heroin epidemic, with overdose deaths more than tripling between 2010 and 2014. Tripling. Nearly 50,000 people a year die from drug overdose. Meanwhile, illegal drugs flood across our southern border and into every city and town in the country, bringing violence, addiction, and misery. We must not lose perspective when discussing these statistics. We must always remember that these crimes are being committed against real people, real victims. It's important that they are kept in the forefront of our minds in these conversations and to ensure that their rights are protected. So these trends cannot continue. It is a fundamental civil right to be safe in your home and your community. If I am confirmed, we will systematically prosecute criminals who use guns in committing crimes. As United States Attorney, my office was a national leader in gun prosecutions nearly every year. We will partner with state and local law enforcement to take down these major drug trafficking cartels and dismantle criminal gangs. We will prosecute those who repeatedly violate our borders. It will be my priority to confront these crimes vigorously, effectively, and immediately. Approximately 90% of all law enforcement officers are not federal, but they're state and local. They are the ones on the front lines. They are better educated, trained, and equipped than ever before. They are the ones who we rely on to keep our neighborhoods and playgrounds and schools safe. But in the last several years, law enforcement as a whole has been unfairly maligned and blamed for the unacceptable actions of a few of their bad actors. They believe the political leadership in the country has abandoned them. They felt they have become targets. Morale has suffered. And last year, while under intense public criticism, the number of police officers killed in the line of duty increased by 10% over 2015. And firearms deaths of police officers are up 68%. So this is a wake-up call, colleagues. It cannot continue. If we're to be more effective in dealing with rising crime, we will have to rely and work with more effectively local law enforcement, asking them to lead the way. To do that, they must know they're supported, and if I am so fortunate as to be confirmed as Attorney General, they can be assured they will have my support in their lawful duties. As I discussed with many of you in our meeting prior to this hearing, the federal government has an important role to play in this area also. We must use the research and the expertise and the training that has been developed by the Department of Justice to help these agencies in developing the most effective and lawful law enforcement methods to reduce crime. We must reestablish and strengthen the partnership between federal and local officers to enhance a common and unified effort to reverse the rising crime trends. I did this as United States Attorney. I work directly and continuously with local and state and law enforcement officials. If confirmed, this will be one of my priority objectives. There are also many things the Department can do to assist the state and local officers to strengthen relationships with their own communities, where policies like community-based policing have absolutely been proven to work. I am committed to this effort and to ensuring that the Department of Justice is a unifying force for improving relations between the police in this country and the communities they serve. This is particularly important in our minority communities. Make no mistake, positive relations and great communications between the people and their police are essential for any good police department. And when police fail in their duties, they must be held accountable. I have done these things as United States Attorney. I have worked to advance these kind of policies. In recent years, our law enforcement officers have been called upon to protect our country from the rising threat of terrorism that has reached our shores. If I'm confirmed, protecting the American people from the scourge of radical Islamic terrorism will continue to be a top priority. We will work diligently to respond to threats using all lawful means to keep our country safe. Partnerships will also be vital to achieving much more effective enforcement against cyber threats, and the Department of Justice clearly has a lead role to play in that essential effort. We must honestly assess our vulnerabilities and have a clear plan for defense as well as offense when it comes to cyber security. The Department of Justice must never falter in its obligation to protect the civil rights of every American, particularly those who are most vulnerable. A special priority for me in this regard will be the aggressive enforcement of laws to ensure access to the ballot for every eligible voter without hindrance or discrimination, and to ensure the integrity of the electoral process, which has been a great heritage of the Department of Justice. Further, this government must improve its ability to protect the United States Treasury from fraud, waste, and abuse. This is a federal responsibility. We cannot afford to lose a single dollar to corruption, and you can be sure if I'm confirmed, I will make it a high priority of the.
All right, folks, welcome. My name is Gent. I'm from Golden State Times. I just wanted to let you guys know that we have the feed for Sessions. He's set to speak to the Senate Intelligence Committee regarding his meeting with the Russian. I think his name is Kislyak. I think that's his name is. So we already have the footage. We're gonna put it up on your screen. What you were watching right now was Jeff Sessions when he got the position of Attorney General. So just give me 1 minute. It'll go on to our waiting screen, and then it'll go straight to the live feed Thank you very much for joining us. And like I said, it would just be 1 minute. Don't go anywhere. And Jeff Sessions will start as soon as possible.
That includes personnel in Main Justice here in Washington, but also the much larger number that faithfully fulfill their responsibilities every day throughout the nation. As a United States Attorney, I work with them constantly. I know them and the culture of their agencies. The federal investigative agencies represent the finest collection of law enforcement officers in the world. I know their integrity and their professionalism, and I pledge to them a unity of effort that is unmatched. Together, we can and will reach the highest standards and the highest results. It would be the greatest honor for me to lead these fine public servants. To my colleagues, I appreciate the time each of you have taken to meet me one-on-one. As senators, we don't always have enough opportunity to sit down and discuss matters face-to-face. I had some great visits. I understand and respect the conviction that you bring to your duties. Even though we may not always be in agreement, you have always been understanding and respectful of my positions and I of yours. In our meetings over the past weeks, you have had the opportunity to share with me and you're relating to the department from unprosecuted crimes on tribal lands, a matter that is greater than I had understood, to the scourge of human trafficking and child exploitation, to concerns about cuts in grant programs, to the protection of American civil liberties, and the surge of heroin overdose deaths, to just name a few things. I learned a lot during those meetings, and particularly in my meeting with Senator Whitehouse, who discussed cybersecurity. He has a great deal of knowledge there, and I'm glad that Senator Whitehouse, you and Senator Graham have taken a lead on this important issue, and I think we can work together and make some progress. Senator Graham, and congratulations on your football victory last night.
We'll talk about that later.
Pretty thin. So I want to assure all of my colleagues that I have given your concerns earnest reflection and will bear them in mind as I move forward. I will sincerely endeavor to keep these lines of communications open and hope that we can continue our collegiality and friendships. In that regard, if I'm confirmed, I commit to all of you that the Department of Justice will be responsive, Mr. Chairman, to Congress, and will work with you on your priorities, all of you, and provide you with guidance and views where appropriate. The Department will respect your constitutional duties, your oversight role, and the particularly critically important separation of powers between the executive and legislative branches. Let me address another issue straight on. I was accused in 1986 of failing to protect the voting rights of African Americans by presenting the Perry County case, the voter fraud case, and of condemning civil rights advocates and organizations, and even harboring, amazingly, sympathies for the KKK. These are damnably false charges. The voter fraud case my office prosecuted was in response to pleas from African American incumbent elected officials who claimed that the absentee ballot process involved a situation in which ballots cast for them were stolen, altered, and cast for their opponents. The prosecution sought to protect the integrity of the ballot, not the block voting. It was a voting rights case. As to the KKK, I invited civil rights attorneys from Washington, D.C. to help us solve a very difficult investigation into the unconscionable, horrendous death of a young African American coming home from the 7-Eleven store at night simply because he was black, Michael Donald, and actively backed the attorneys throughout the case, and they broke that case. That effort led to a guilty plea and a life sentence in court for one defendant and his testimony against the other defender. There was no federal death penalty at the time. I felt the death penalty was appropriate in this case, and I pushed to have it tried in state court, which was done. That defendant was indeed convicted and sentenced to death, and 10 years later, ironically, as Alabama's Attorney General, my staff participated in the defense of that verdict and sentence, and a few months after I became United States Senator, that murdering Klansman was indeed executed. I abhor the Klan and what it represents and its hateful ideology. I insisted on March Dees of the Southern Poverty Law Center and his lawsuit that led to the successful collapse of the Klan, at least in Alabama, the seizure of their building, at least for that period of time. As Civil Rights Division attorneys have testified before the committee, I supported fully their historic cases that the Justice Department filed to advance civil rights and that I supported, including cases to desegregate schools, abolish at-large elections for cities, county commissions, and school boards. These at-large elections were mechanisms used to block African-American candidates from being able to be elected to boards and commissions. It was a deliberate and part of a systemic plan to reduce the ability of African Americans to have influence in the election and governing process. I never declared the NAACP was un-American or that a civil rights attorney was a disgrace to his race. There is nothing I am more proud of than my 14 years of service in the Department of Justice. I love and venerate that great institution. I hold dear its highest ideals. As God gives me the ability, I will work every day to be worthy of the demands of this august office. You can be absolutely sure that I understand the immense responsibility I would have. I am not naive. I know the threat that our rising crime and addiction rates pose to the health and safety of our country. I know the threat of terrorism. I deeply understand the history of civil rights in our country and the horrendous impact that relentless and systemic discrimination and the denial of voting rights has had on our African American brothers and sisters. I have witnessed it. We must continue to move forward and never back. I understand the demands for justice and fairness made by our LGBT community. I will ensure that the statutes protecting their civil rights and their safety are fully enforced. I understand the lifelong scars borne by women who are victims of assault and abuse. And if I am so fortunate to be confirmed as your Attorney General, you can know that I understand the absolute necessity that all my actions must fall within the bounds of the Constitution and the laws of the United States. While all humans must recognize the limits of their abilities, and I certainly do, I am ready for this job. We will do it right. Your input will be valued. Local law enforcement will be our partners. Many friends in federal government that I've had in law enforcement will be respected. I've always loved the law. It is the very foundation of this country. It is the exceptional foundation of America. I have an abiding commitment to pursuing and achieving justice and a record of doing that. And if confirmed, I will give all my efforts to this goal. I only ask that you do your duty as God gives you the ability to see that duty as you are charged by the Constitution. Thank you for your courtesies. I look forward to the further hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before I ask questions, I want to thank you, Senator Sessions, for your service in the Senate, but more importantly, for taking on this responsibility you've been nominated for, and to thank you for your opening statement. I'm glad that you were able to mention the names of a lot of your family that are with you, and there's a lot of other people that we may not have their name, and I would ask the staff to put in the record the names of all the other people who are accompanying you today as well, if they're willing to give us that name. And it's a proud day for you, your wife, son, and daughters, and their families. I welcome all of you very much. Now to the questioning. The Attorney General I'll take 10 minutes, and Senator Feinstein will go back and forth as we usually do. The Attorney General of the United States is, of course, the nation's chief law enforcement officer. He or she is not the president's lawyer, nor is he the president's wingman, as Attorney General Holder described himself. Rather, he or she has an independent obligation to the Constitution and to the American people. Now, I know you care deeply about this foundational principle. So I'm going to ask you a question I've heard you ask other nominees for Attorney General. Occasionally, you'll be called upon to offer an opinion to the President who appointed you. You'll have to tell him yes or no. And sometimes presidents don't like to be told no. So I'd like to know, will you be able to stand up and say no to the President of the United States if, in your judgment, the law and your duty demands it? And the reason I ask that is because I know you work very hard for the President-elect.
Mr. Chairman, I understand the importance of your question. I understand the responsibility of the Attorney General, and I will do so. You simply have to help the President do things that he might desire in a lawful way and have to be able to say no, both for the country, for the legal system, and for the President, to avoid situations that are not acceptable. I understand that duty. I've observed it through my years here, and I will fulfill that responsibility.
Say, just so my colleagues don't think I'm taking advantage of time, somebody didn't start the clock.
Oh, it's your clock. Here's me.
Oh, you got it. Okay. It's just, well, the light isn't working. I'm sorry. I can read it now. So I heard what you said, but just to emphasize, let me follow up. Well, if you disagree with the President's chosen course of action, and you told him so, and he intends to pursue that course of action anyway, what are your options at that point?
Mr. Chairman, I think Attorney General should first work with the President. Hopefully that Attorney General would have the confidence of the President and avoid a situation that would be unacceptable. I do believe that if Attorney General is asked to do something that's plainly unlawful, he cannot participate in that, he or she, and that person would have to resign ultimately before agreeing to execute a policy that the Attorney General believes would be unlawful or unconstitutional. I would say, Mr. Chairman, that there are areas that are brightly clear and right. There are areas that may be gray, and there are areas that are unacceptable. And a good Attorney General needs to know where those lines are to help the President where possible and to resist improper, unacceptable actions.
Okay. You served in this department for 14 or 15 years. You served as your state's Attorney General. And, of course, you serve on this committee for a long time. And we have oversight over the department that you might head. And you've done that all for 20 years. I've had my share of disagreements with the department's leadership over the last few years. Some of those were purely policy disagreements, but some issues were especially troubling to me in that the department failed to perform fundamental functions to enforce the law. As Attorney General, day in and day out, you'll be faced with difficult and sometimes thorny legal problems. What will your approach be to ensuring that the department enforces the law? And more broadly, what is your vision for the department?
Mr. Chairman, the ultimate responsibility of the Attorney General and the Department of Justice is to execute the laws passed by this Congress and to follow the Constitution in that process and carry its principles out. So you can be sure I understand that. We may have had disagreements here about whether a law should be passed, but once passed, I will do my dead level best to ensure it's properly and fairly enforced. I do believe that we have a crime problem. I won't perhaps go in time now unless you want me to describe
what we can do to address that. And there are other challenges this country faces. I would be pleased to recognize the influence of the legislative branch and to welcome the insights that you might have.
Since that's a very important issue with me and I suppose every colleague here, let me emphasize by saying, is it fair to say then that regardless of what your position may have been as a legislator, your approach as Attorney General will be to enforce the law regardless of policy differences?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. That's. I don't think I have any hesitation or any lack of an ability to separate the roles that I have had. To go from the legislative branch to the executive branch is a transfer of not only position but of the way you approach issues. I would be an executive function, an enforcement function of the laws this great legislative body might pass.
During the course of the presidential campaign, you made a number of statements about the investigation of former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton relating to her handling of sensitive emails and regarding certain actions of the Clinton Foundation. You weren't alone in that criticism. I was certainly critical in the same way, as were millions of Americans on those matters. But now you've been nominated to serve as Attorney General. In light of those comments that you made, some have expressed concern about whether you can approach the Clinton matter impartially in both fact and appearance. How do you plan to address those concerns?
Mr. Chairman, it was a highly contentious campaign. I, like a lot of people, made comments about the issues in that campaign. With regard to Secretary Clinton and some of the comments I made, I do believe that that could place my objectivity in question. I've given that thought. I believe the proper thing for me to do would be to recuse myself from any questions involving those kind of investigations that involve Secretary Clinton that were raised during the campaign, or could be otherwise connected to it.
Okay. I think let me emphasize then with a follow-up question, to be very clear, you intend to recuse yourself from both the Clinton email investigation and any matters involving the Clinton Foundation, if there are any?
Yes.
Let me follow up again because it's important. When you say you'll recuse, you mean that you'll actually recuse and the decision will therefore fall to, I assume, a Deputy Attorney General? I ask because after Attorney General Lynch met with President Clinton in Phoenix, she said she would, quote unquote, defer to the FBI, but she never officially recused.
No, she did not officially recuse, and there's a procedure for that which I would follow. And I believe that would be the best approach for the country, because we can never have a political dispute turn into a criminal dispute. That's not in any way that would suggest anything other than absolute objectivity. This country does not punish its political enemies, but this country ensures that no one is above the law.
You touched on something that's very dear to me, and that's working with having executive branch people work with members of the Congress. And you also mentioned working with us on oversight. But since that's very important to me, let me say that the executive branch has always been one of my top priorities, regardless of who occupies the White House. I've often said I'm an equal opportunity overseer. Now, over the years, I've asked quite a few executive nominees, both Republican and Democrat, to make commitments to respond to oversight. You said you would, but in my experience, nominees are usually pretty receptive to oversight requests during these type of hearings, but after they've been confirmed, oversight doesn't seem to be a high priority for them. As I told you when we met privately in my office, sometimes I think nominees should go ahead and be a little more straightforward during their hearings. And instead of saying yes to everything we ask about oversight, it'd be more honest to say maybe when asked if they would respond to our questions. Now, because you've served on this committee and understand the importance of oversight, I'm hoping you'll be different than your predecessors in response to oversight questions. And so I have with me that I'll give to one of your staff a whole bunch of letters that haven't been answered yet. One of them even you signed with me to the Department of Justice. And I hope that you would go to great lengths to see that these gets answered. So next May or June, if I'm contacting you that they haven't been answered, then the Trump administration might be blamed for it. And these are all a result of not getting answers from the last administration. So I hope you'll help me get answers to these, at least the one you helped me write.
Mr. Chairman, you are correct that this committee has oversight, but it goes beyond that. This committee and the Congress funds the various branches of the executive branch, the various departments. And you have every right before you fund our agencies and departments to get responsive answers to questions that are proper. Sometimes the Congress has asked for issues that maybe there's legitimate reason to object to, but they should object and state why. Mr. Chairman, I will be responsive to your request, and I understand your history, perhaps more than anyone in this Congress, to advance the idea that the executive branch needs to be held accountable. And I salute you for it.
And if Senator Feinstein contacts you, don't use this excuse that so many people use, that if you aren't chairman of a committee, you don't have to answer the question. I want her questions answered just like you'd answer mine.
I understand that.
Senator Feinstein.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That was above and beyond the call. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to begin with the second largest criminal industry in this country, which is now, believe it or not, by revenues produced, human sex trafficking. And trafficking victims are among the most vulnerable in our society. The average age is 12 to 14. They are beaten, raped, abused, at times handcuffed at night so they can't escape, and often moved from place to place, forced to have sex with multiple men each night. The Justice for Victims of Trafficking Act, signed into law in 2015, created a domestic trafficking victims fund for victim services to be administered by the Department of Justice. Part of that fund contains up to $30 million for health care or medical items or services to trafficking victims. These funds are subject to the Hyde Amendment, which says no appropriated funding can be used to pay for abortion. However, the Hyde Amendment does not apply in cases of rape. On the Senate floor, Senator Cornyn discussed the Hyde language and said, and I quote, "Everyone knows the Hyde Amendment language contains an exception for rape and health of the mother. So under this act, these limitations on spending wouldn't have anything to do with the services available to help those victims of human trafficking." In short, Senator Cornyn asserted that the Hyde Amendment, which contains an exception for rape, would not affect the availability of services for these victims. The Domestic Trafficking Victims Fund will be under the jurisdiction of the Department of Justice. Here's the question. Will you ensure that these grant funds are not denied to service providers who will assist victims of human trafficking in obtaining comprehensive services they need, including abortion, if that is what is required for a young girl impregnated during this horrific abuse?
Senator Feinstein, I appreciate that question, and I do appreciate the fact that our country has been talking and I believe taking action for a number of years to deal with sex trafficking more effectively. I don't know that we've reached the level of actual effectiveness we need to, but Congress and you and others have been very, very outspoken about this, and there are all kinds of great citizens groups that have focused on it. So it's a very important issue. I was not aware of how the language for this grant program has been established. I do appreciate your concerns on it. It's a matter that I have not thought through, but ultimately it's a matter for this United States Congress, not so much a matter for the Attorney General. We need to put our money out to assist in this activity according to the rules established by the Congress.
Well, I'm delighted that Senator Cornyn is here. I quoted him directly from the floor that the Hyde Amendment would not prevent the distribution of these funds. And so I hope you would agree to that. And that's certainly most important to me because Congress has spoken and the bill is law.
I understand that, and we would follow the law.
Okay. As you know, the Constitution also protects a woman's right to have access to health care and determine whether to terminate her pregnancy in consultation with her family and her doctor. I'm old enough to remember what it was like before, when I was a student at Stanford, and thereafter, in the early 1960s, I actually sentenced women in California convicted of felony abortion to state prison for maximum sentences of up to 10 years, and they still went back to it because the need was so great. So was the morbidity, and so was the mortality. This right, passed now by the Constitution, as recognized in Roe, Planned Parenthood v. Casey, and the Supreme Court's recent decision in Whole Women's Health and Helterstedt. In fact, the court recently struck down onerous regulations imposed by Texas on women's health clinics. You have referred to Roe v. Wade as, quote, one of the worst, colossally erroneous Supreme Court decisions of all time, end quote. Is that still your view?
It is. I believe it violated the Constitution and really attempted to set policy and not follow law. It is the law of the land. It has been so established and settled for quite a long time, and it deserves respect, and I would respect it and follow it.
On November 14, 2016, appearing on the TV show 60 Minutes, the president-elect said that the issue of same-sex marriage was, quote, already settled. It's law. It was settled in the Supreme Court. It's done, and I'm fine with that. Do you agree that the issue of same-sex marriage is settled law?
Supreme Court has ruled on that. The dissented vigorously, but it was 5-4, and 5 justices on the Supreme Court, the majority of the court, has established the definition of marriage for the entire United States of America, and I will follow that decision.
Here's another question. If you believe same-sex marriage is settled law, but a woman's right to choose is not, what is the difference?
Well, I haven't said that the woman's right to choose or the Roe versus Wade and its progeny is not the law of the land or not clear today. So I would follow that law.
Thank you. I would like to ask one question based on the letter that we received for 1,400 law professors. They're from 49 states. Only Alaska's left out. I inquired why, and they said because Alaska doesn't have a law school. So it's a pretty comprehensive list representing law professors in every state that has a law school. What they said, and this is what I want you to respond to, nothing in Senator Sessions' public life since 1986 has convinced us that he is a different man than the 39-year-old attorney who was deemed too racially insensitive to be a federal district court judge. Excuse me. All of us believe it's unacceptable for someone with Senator Sessions' record to lead the Department of Justice. So I want your response to this and answer to the question, how do you intend to put behind you what are strongly felt personal views, take off the political hat, and be an attorney general who fairly enforces the law and the Constitution for all?
Well, Senator Feinstein, I would direct their attention to the remarks of Senator Specter, who in his entire career said he made one vote that he would regret, and that was the vote against me. He indicated he thought I was an egalitarian, a person who treated people equally and respected people equally. This caricature of me in 1986 was not correct. I had become United States Attorney. I supported, as the civil rights attorney said, major civil rights cases in my district that integrated schools, that prosecuted the Klan, that ended single-member districts, that denied African Americans the right to hold office. I did everything I was required to do. And the complaints about the voter fraud case and the complaints about the Klan case that I vigorously prosecuted and supported are false. And I do hope this hearing today will show that I conducted myself honorably and properly at that time, and that I am the same person, perhaps wiser and maybe a little better, I hope so, today than I was then. But I did not harbor the kind of animosities and race-based discrimination ideas that were I was accused of. I did not.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Senator Hatch and then Senator Leahy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before your time starts,
Sure.
I'd like to mention that the committee received a letter in support of Senator Sessions' nomination from Attorneys General Ashcroft, Barr, Gonzalez, Meese, and McCasey, as well as a number of former deputy attorney generals. They wrote in part as follows, a sentence from that letter. Based on our collective and extensive experience, we also know him to be a person of unwavering dedication to the mission of the department to assure that our country is governed by a fair and even-handed rule of law. I ask consent to put that letter in the record. Senator Hatch.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to thank you for your fair approach to this, our first hearing of the 115th Congress. You've scheduled and you've structured this hearing in line with this committee's precedents. In fact, you're including more witnesses in this hearing than the past average for Attorney General nominees. Senator Sessions has provided this committee with more than 150,000 pages of material relevant to his nomination. That is 100 times what Attorney General Lynch proposed and almost 30 times what Attorney General Holder provided. This material comes from someone we know, someone many of us have served with in the Senate and on this very committee. Yet some on the far left will stop at nothing to defeat this nomination. They oppose this nomination precisely because Senator Sessions will not politicize the Justice Department or use its resources to further a political agenda. They make up one thing after another to create a caricature that bears no resemblance to the nominee, who is actually before us here today. Now, I've been on this committee for a long time, and I've seen these dirty tactics used before, and they're not going to work this time. Senator Sessions, it sounds a little strange to say this, but welcome to the Senate.
Thank you.
The Senate Judiciary Committee. I'm sure there will be some need to address false claims and fabricated charges during this hearing. Believe it or not, however, I actually have some questions about issues and policies that you will be addressing when you become Attorney General. The first is one I have raised with every incoming Attorney General nominee for nearly 25 years, and it concerns enforcement of federal laws prohibiting obscenity. In the 108th Congress, you introduced Senate Concurrent Resolution 77, expressing the sense of the Congress that federal obscenity laws should be vigorously enforced throughout the United States. It pleased the Senate, it passed the Senate unanimously. It pleased it too. In fact, it is the only resolution on this subject ever passed by either the Senate or the House. Now, Senator Sessions, with your permission, I want to share with you that resolution adopted last year by the Utah legislature outlining why pornography should be viewed as a public health problem, as well as some of the latest research into the harms of obscenity. Is it still your view that federal laws prohibiting adult obscenity should be vigorously enhanced?
Mr. Chairman, those laws are clear, and they are being prosecuted today and should be continued to be effectively and vigorously prosecuted in the cases that are appropriate.
In making this a priority for the Justice Department, would you consider reestablishing a specific unit dedicated to prosecuting this category of crime?
So that unit...
You have a live view signal? Oh, Jason. last week. I guess they liked the way it looked, but Justin was down here on the floor. But they were using live view shots from here, even though we had 4 cameras. That was for the morning. That was for the journal. Why are you shots when you got 4 cameras? Yeah, it's got 4 cameras. Move or anything? I could just pull the roll. Huh? Oh, hey. That's her already. Hey guys, one last thing on here. Comes in, these positions are reserved for. So just be aware that when the gather this down and we go back to the dais, these positions are marked. If you don't have a reserved position, you gotta get elsewhere. We'll rotate you in.
We'll get you in, actually. So come out. Even if it seems like there's room, there's not, because the reserve guys have to go, move the picture, come back in. Don't assume there's room. If you have a spot, you got to see it. That's it.
Gonna ask to stop. Yeah,
Right now. I know I can't start.
I'd like to call the hearing to order, please.
I'll take it.
Attorney General Sessions, appreciate your willingness to appear before the committee today. I thank you for your years of dedicated service as a member of this body and your recent leadership at the Department of Justice. As I mentioned when Director Comey appeared before us last week, this committee's role is to be the eyes and ears for the other 85 members of the United States Senate and for the American people, ensuring that the intelligence community is operating lawfully and has the necessary tools to keep America safe. The community is a large and diverse place. We recognize the gravity of our investigation into Russia's interference in the 2016 U.S. elections, but I remind our constituents that while we investigate Russia, we are scrutinizing CIA's budget. While we're investigating Russia, we are still scrutinizing CIA's budget, NSA's 702 program, our nation's satellite program, and the entire IC effort to recruit and retain the best talent we can find in the world. More often than not, the committee conducts its work behind closed doors, a necessary step to ensure that our most sensitive sources and methods are protected. The sanctity of these sources and methods are at the heart of the intelligence community's ability to keep us safe and to keep our allies safe from those who seek to harm us. I've said repeatedly that I do not believe any committee that the committee does should be done in public. But I also recognize the gravity of the committee's current investigation and the need for the American people to be presented the facts so that they might make their own judgments. It is for that reason that this committee has now held its 10th open hearing of 2017, more than double that of the committee in recent years, and the 5th on the topic of Russian interference. Attorney General Sessions, this venue is your opportunity to separate fact from fiction and to set the record straight on a number of allegations reported in the press. For example, there are several issues that I'm hopeful we will address today. One, did you have any meetings with Russian officials or their proxies on behalf of the Trump campaign or during your time as Attorney General? Two, what was your involvement with candidate Trump's foreign policy team and what were their possible interactions with Russians? Three, why did you decide to recuse yourself from the government's Russia investigation? And fourth, what role, if any, did you play in the removal of then FBI Director Comey? I look forward to a candid and honest discussion as we continue to pursue the truth behind Russia's interference in the 2016 elections. The committee's experienced staff is interviewing the relevant parties, having spoken to more than 35 individuals to date, to include just yesterday an interview of former Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson. We also continue to review some of the most sensitive intelligence in our country's possession. As I've said previously, we will establish the facts, separate from rampant speculation, and lay them out for the American people to make their own judgment. Only then will we as a nation be able to put this episode to rest and look to the future. I'm hopeful that members will focus their questions today on the Russia investigation and not squander the opportunity by taking political or partisan shots. The Vice Chairman and I continue to lead this investigation together on what is a highly charged political issue. We may disagree at times, but we remain a unified team with a dedicated, focused, and professional staff working tirelessly on behalf of the American people to find the truth. The committee has made much progress as the political winds blow forcefully around us, and I think all members would agree that despite a torrent of public debate on who and what committee might be best suited to lead on this issue, the Intelligence Committee has lived up to its obligation to move forward with purpose and above politics. Mr. Attorney General, it's good to have you back. I would now turn to the Vice Chairman for any remarks he might have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to also thank the way that we're proceeding on this investigation. Mr. Attorney General, it's good to see you again, and we appreciate your appearance on the heels of Mr. Comey's revealing testimony last week. I do, though, want to take a moment at the outset and first express some concern with the process by which we are seeing you, the Attorney General, today. It's my understanding that you were originally scheduled to testify in front of the House and Senate Appropriations Committees today. I know those appearances have been canceled to come here instead. While we appreciate his testimony before our committee, I believe I speak for many of my colleagues, that I believe he should also answer questions from members of those committees and the Judiciary Committee as well. Mr. Attorney General, it's my hope that you will reschedule those appearances as soon as possible. In addition, I want to say at the outset that while we consider your appearance today as just the beginning of our interaction with you and your department, Mr. Attorney General, we had always expected to talk to you as part of our investigation. We believed it would be actually later in the process. We're glad to accommodate your request to speak to us today, but we also expect to have your commitment to cooperate with all future requests and make yourself available as necessary to this committee for, as the Chairman has indicated, this very important investigation. Now let's move to the subject of today's discussion. Let's start with the campaign. You were an early and ardent supporter of Mr. Trump. In March, you were named as chairman of the Trump campaign's National Security Advisory Committee. You were much more than a surrogate. You were a strategic advisor who helped shape much of the campaign's national security strategy. No doubt you will have key insights about some of the key Trump associates that we're seeking to hear from in the weeks ahead. Questions have also been raised about some of your own interactions with Russian officials during the campaign. During your confirmation hearing in January, you said, quote, "You did not have communications with Russians." Senator Leahy later asked you in writing whether you'd been in contact with anyone connected to any part of the Russian government about the 2016 election. You answered, I believe, with a definitive no. Despite that, the fact is, as we discovered later, that you did have interactions with Russian government officials during the course of the campaign. In March, you acknowledged 2 meetings with the Russian ambassador. Yet, there's also been some public reports of a possible 3rd meeting at the Mayflower Hotel on April 27th. I hope that today you will help clear up those discrepancies. We also expect, and hope this is very important, that you'll be willing to provide the committee with any documents that we'd need to shed light on this issue, such as emails or calendars. Then, there's the topic of the firing of former FBI Director Comey. Last Thursday, we received testimony from Mr. Comey. Under oath, he outlined his very troubling interactions with the President, as well as the circumstances of his firing. A few disturbing points stood out. First, Mr. Comey, who has decades of experience at the Department of Justice and at the FBI, serving under presidents of both parties, was so unnerved by the actions of the President that he felt, quote, compelled to fully document every interaction they had. Mr. Comey sat where you are sitting today and testified that he was concerned that the President of the United States might lie about the nature of their meetings. That's a shocking statement from one of our nation's top law enforcement officials. We also heard that Director Comey took it as a direction from the President that he was to drop the FBI's investigation into former National Security Advisor General Mike Flynn. Finally, we heard from Mr. Comey that he believes he was fired over his handling of the Russia investigation. The President himself confirmed this in statements to the media. This is deeply troubling for all of us who believe on both sides of the aisle in preserving the independence of the FBI. We have a lot of work in order to follow up on these alarming disclosures. Mr. Attorney General, your testimony today is an opportunity to begin the process of asking those questions. For instance, again, and I know others will ask about this, you recused yourself from the Russia investigation, yet you participated in the firing of Mr. Comey over the handling of that same investigation. We'll want to ask you about how you view your recusal and whether you believe you've complied with it fully. In addition, we heard from Mr. Comey last week that the President asked you to leave the Oval Office so that he could speak one-on-one with Mr. Comey. Again, a very concerning action. We will need to hear from you about how you viewed the President's request and whether you thought it was appropriate. We'll also want to know if you are aware of any attempts by the President to enlist leaders in the intelligence community to undermine this very same Russia investigation. Most importantly, our committee will want to hear what you are doing to ensure that the Russians or any other foreign adversaries cannot attack our democratic process like this ever again. I'm concerned that the President still does not recognize the severity of the threat. He, to date, I believe, has not even acknowledged the unanimous conclusions of the U.S. intelligence community that Russia massively intervened in our elections. The threat we face is real, and it's not limited to us. The recent events in France are, again, a stark reminder that all Western democracies must take steps to protect themselves. I believe the United States can and must be a leader in this effort, but it will require our administration to get serious about this matter. Finally, in the past several weeks, we've seen a concerning pattern of administration officials refusing to answer public, unclassified questions about allegations about the President in this investigation. We had a hearing with this subject last week. I want to commend the chairman, who at the end of that hearing made very clear that our witnesses It was not acceptable for our witnesses to come before Congress without answers. The American people deserve to know what's going on here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to the witnesses' testimony.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Attorney General Sessions, if you would stand, I will administer the oath to you. Raise your right hand, if you would, please. Do you solemnly swear to tell the whole the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated. Thank you, Attorney General Sessions. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairman Burr and Ranking Member Warner, for allowing me to publicly appear before your committee today. I appreciate the committee's critically important efforts to investigate Russian interference with our democratic processes. Such interference can never be tolerated, and I encourage every effort to get to the bottom of any such allegations. As you know, the Deputy Attorney General has appointed a special counsel to investigate the matters related to the Russian interference in the 2016 election. I'm here today to address several issues that have been specifically raised before this committee. And I appreciate the opportunity to respond to questions as fully as the Lord enables me to do so. But as I advise you, Mr. Chairman, and consistent with long-standing Department of Justice practice, I cannot and will not violate my duty to protect the confidential communications I have with the President. Now let me address some issues directly. I did not have any private meetings, nor do I recall any conversations with any Russian officials at the Mayflower Hotel. I did not attend any meetings at that event separate. Prior to the speech attended by the President today, I attended a reception with my staff that included at least 24 people and President Trump, though I do recall several conversations that I had during that pre-speech reception. I do not have any recollection of meeting or talking to the Russian ambassador or any other Russian officials. If any brief interaction occurred in passing with the Russian ambassador during that reception, I do not remember it. After the speech, I was interviewed by the news media. There was an area for that in a different room, and then I left the hotel. But whether I ever attended a reception where the Russian ambassador was also present is entirely beside the point of this investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 campaign. Let me state this clearly, colleagues. I have never met with or had any conversation with any Russians or any foreign officials concerning any type of interference with any campaign or election in the United States. Further, I have no knowledge of any such conversations by anyone connected to the Trump campaign. I was your colleague in this body for 20 years, at least some of you, and and the suggestion that I participated in any collusion, that I was aware of any collusion with the Russian government to hurt this country, which I have served with honor for 35 years, or to undermine the integrity of our democratic process is an appalling and detestable lie. Relatedly, there is the assertion that I did not answer Senator Franken's question honestly at my confirmation hearing. Colleagues, that is false. I can't say colleagues now. I'm no longer a part of this body, but former colleagues, that is false. This is what happened. Senator Franken asked me a rambling question after some 6 hours of testimony that included dramatic new allegations that the United States intelligence community, the U.S. intelligence community, had advised President-elect Trump, quote, that there was a continuing exchange of information during the campaign between Trump's surrogates and intermediaries for the Russian government, close quote. I was taken aback by that explosive allegation, which he said was being reported as breaking news that very day, and which I had not heard. I wanted to refute that immediately. Any suggestion that I was part of such an activity, I replied to Senator Franken this way, quote, Senator Franken,
I'm not aware of any of those activities. I have been called a surrogate a time or two in that campaign, and I did not have communications with the Russians, and I'm unable to comment on it. Close quote. That was the context in which I was asked the question, and in that context, my answer was a fair and correct response to the charge as I understood it. I was responding to this allegation that we had met, surrogates had been meeting with the Russians on a regular basis. It simply did not occur to me to go further than the context of the question and to list any conversations that I may have had with Russians in routine situations, as I had many routine meetings with other foreign officials. So please hear me now. And it was only in March, after my confirmation hearing, that a reporter asked my spokesperson whether I had ever met with any Russian officials. This was the first time that question had squarely been posed to me. On the same day, we provided that reporter with the information related to the meeting that I and my staff had held in my Senate office with Ambassador Kislyak, as well as the brief encounter in July after a speech that I had given during the convention in Cleveland, Ohio. I also provided the reporter with a list of 25 foreign ambassador meetings that I'd had during 2016. In addition, I provided supplemental testimony to the Senate Judiciary Committee to explain this event. So I readily acknowledge these two meetings, and certainly not one thing happened that was improper in any one of those meetings. Let me also explain clearly the circumstances of my recusal from the investigation into the Russian interference with the 2016 election. Please, colleagues, hear me on this. I was sworn in as Attorney General on Thursday, February 9th. The very next day, as I had promised to the Judiciary Committee I would do, at least at an early date, I met with career department officials, including a senior ethics official, to discuss some things publicly reported in the press that might have some bearing on whether or not I should recuse myself in this case. From that point, February 10th, until I announced my formal recusal on March 2nd, I was never briefed on any investigative details, did not access any information about the investigation. I received only the limited information that the department's career officials determined was necessary for me to form and make a recusal decision. As such, I have no knowledge about this investigation as it is ongoing today, beyond what has been publicly reported. I don't even read that carefully. And I have taken no action whatsoever with regard to any such investigation. On the date of my formal recusal, my Chief of Staff sent an email to the heads of relevant departments, including by name to Director Comey of the FBI, to instruct them to inform their staffs of this recusal and to advise them not to brief me or involve me in any way in any such matters. And in fact, they have not. Importantly, I recuse myself not because of any asserted wrongdoing or any belief that I may have been involved in any wrongdoing in the campaign, but because a Department of Justice regulation, 28 CFR 45.2, I felt required it. That regulation states, in effect, that department employees should not participate in investigations of a campaign if they served as a campaign advisor. So the scope of my recusal, however, does not and cannot interfere with my ability to oversee the Department of Justice, including the FBI, which has an $8 billion budget and 35,000 employees. I presented to the President my concerns and those of Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein about the ongoing leadership issues at the FBI, as stated in my letter recommending the removal of Mr. Comey
along with the Deputy Attorney General's memorandum on that issue, which have been released publicly by the White House. Those represent a clear statement of my views. I adopted Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein's points that he made in his memorandum and made my recommendation. It is absurd, frankly, to suggest that a recusal from a single specific investigation would render the Attorney General unable to manage the leadership of the various Department of Justice law enforcement components that conduct thousands of investigations. Finally, during his testimony, Mr. Comey discussed a conversation that he and I had about the meeting Mr. Comey had with the President. I'm happy to share with the committee my recollection of that conversation that I had with Mr. Comey. Following a routine morning threat briefing, Mr. Comey spoke to me and my Chief of Staff. While he did not provide me with any of the substance of his conversation with the President, apparently the day before, Mr. Comey expressed concern about proper communications protocol with the White House and with the President. I responded. He didn't recall this, but I responded to his comment by agreeing that the FBI and the Department of Justice needed to be careful to follow department policies regarding appropriate contacts with the White House. Mr. Comey had served in the department for better than 2 decades, and I was confident that he understood and would abide by the well-established rules limiting communications with the White House, especially about ongoing investigations. That's what's so important to control. My comments encouraged him to do just that, and indeed, as I understand it, he in fact did that. Our Department of Justice rules on proper communications between the Department and the White House have been in place for years. Mr. Comey well knew them. I thought and assumed correctly that he complied with them. So I'll finish with this. I recused myself from any investigation into the campaign for president, but I did not recuse myself from defending my honor against scurrilous and false allegations. At all times throughout the course of the campaign, the confirmation process, and since becoming Attorney General, I have dedicated myself to the highest standards. I've earned a reputation for that, at home and in this body, I believe, over decades of performance. The people of this country expect an honest and transparent government, and that's what we're giving them. This president wants to focus on the people of this country to ensure they are treated fairly and kept safe. The Trump agenda is to improve the lives of the American people. I know some have different ways of achieving this and different agendas, but that is his agenda, and it's one I share. Importantly, as Attorney General, I have a responsibility to enforce the laws of this nation, to protect this country from its enemies, and to ensure the fair administration of justice. And I intend to work every day with our fine team and the superb professionals in the Department of Justice to advance the important work we have to do. These false attacks, the innuendos, the leaks, you can be sure will not intimidate me. In fact, these events have only strengthened my resolve to fulfill my duty to reduce crime, to support our federal, state, and local law enforcement officers who work on our streets every day. Just last week, it was reported that overdose deaths in this country are rising faster than ever recorded. Last year was 52,000. The New York Times just estimated next year will be 62,000 overdose deaths. The murder rate is up over 10%, the largest increase since 1968. Together, we are telling the gangs, the cartels, the fraudsters, and the terrorists, we are coming after you, every one of our citizens, no matter who they are or where they live, has the right to be safe in their homes and communities. And I will not be deterred. I will not allow this great department to be deterred from its
vital mission. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Warner. I have a great honor to appear before you today, and I will do my best to answer your questions.
General Sessions, thank you. Thank you for that testimony. I'd like to note for members, the chair and the vice chairman will be recognized for 10 minutes. Members will be recognized for 5 minutes. And I'd like to remind our members that we are in open session. No references to classified or committee-sensitive materials should be used relative to your questions. With that, I recognize myself at this time for 10 minutes. General Sessions, you talked about the Mayflower Hotel where the President gave his first foreign policy speech, and it's been covered in the press that the President was there, you were there, others were there. From your testimony, you said you don't remember whether Ambassador Kislyak was there, the Russian ambassador. Is that correct?
I did not remember that. But I understand he was there, so I don't doubt that he was. I believe that representations are correct. In fact, I recently saw a video of him coming into the room.
But you never remember having a conversation or a meeting with Ambassador Kislyak?
I do not. And
there was, in that event, was there ever a private room setting that you were involved in?
No.
With any?
Other than the reception area that was shut off from, I guess, the main crowd, a couple of dozen, 2 to 3 dozen people.
I would take for granted at an event like this, the President shook some hands.
Yes, he came in and shook hands in the group.
Okay. You mentioned that there were some staff that were with you at that event.
My legislative director at the time,
your Senate staff?
Senate legislative director, who was a retired U.S. Army colonel who'd served on the Armed Services staff with Senator John Warner before she joined my staff, was with me in the reception area and throughout the rest of the events.
Would you say that you were there as a United States Senator or as a surrogate of the campaign for this event?
I came there as an interested person, very anxious to see how President Trump would do in his first major foreign policy address. I believe he'd only given one major speech before. That would maybe at the Jewish AIPAC event. And so it was an interesting time for me to observe his delivery and the message he would make. That was my main purpose of being there.
Now, you reported 2 other meetings with Ambassador Kislyak, one in July on the sidelines of the Republican convention, I believe, and one in September in your Senate office. Have you had any other interactions with government officials over the year in a campaign capacity? I'm not asking you from a standpoint of your Senate life, but in the campaign capacity.
No, Mr. Chairman. I've racked my brain to make sure I could answer any of those questions correctly, and I did not. I would just offer for you that when asked about whether I had had any meetings with Russians by the reporter in March, we immediately recalled the conversation, the encounter I had at the convention and the meeting in my office and made that public. I never intended not to include that. I would have gladly have reported the meeting, the encounter that may have occurred, that some say occurred, in the Mayflower, if I had remembered it or if it actually occurred, which I don't remember that it did.
General Sessions, on March 2nd, 2017, you formally recused yourself from any involvement in the Russian investigation being conducted by the FBI and the Department of Justice. What are the specific reasons that you chose to recuse yourself?
Well, the specific reason, Mr. Chairman, is a CFR, a Congressional Code of Federal Regulations, put out by the Department of Justice, part of the Department of Justice rules, and it says this. I'll read from it, 28 CFR 45.2.
unless authorized, no employee shall participate in a criminal investigation or prosecution if he has a personal or political relationship with any person involved in the conduct of an investigation. It goes on to say for political in a political campaign, and it says if you have a close identification with an elected official or candidate arising from service as a principal advisor, you should not participate in an investigation of that campaign. So many have suggested that my recusal is because I felt I was a subject of the investigation myself, that I may have done something wrong, but this is the reason I recused myself. I felt I was required to under the rules of the Department of Justice, and as a leader of the Department of Justice, I should comply with the rules, obviously.
So did your legal counsel basically know from day one you would have to recuse yourself of this investigation because of the current statute?
Well, I do have a timeline of what occurred. I was sworn in on the 9th, I believe, of February. I then, on the 10th, had my first meeting to generally discuss this issue where the CFR was not discussed. We had several other meetings, and it became clear to me over time that I qualified as a significant principal advisor type person to the campaign, and it was the appropriate and right thing for me to recuse myself.
This could explain Director Comey's comments that he knew that there was a likelihood you would recuse yourself because he was probably familiar with the same statute.
Well, I think probably so. I'm sure that the attorneys in the Department of Justice probably communicated with them. Because, Mr. Chairman, let me say this to you clearly. In effect, as a matter of fact, I recused myself that day. I never received any information about the campaign. I thought there was a problem with me being able to serve as Attorney General over this issue, and I felt I would possibly have to recuse myself, and I took the position, correctly I believe, not to involve myself in the campaign in any way, and I did not.
You made a reference to your Chief of Staff sending out an email immediately notifying internally of your decision to recuse. Would you ask your Chief of Staff to make that email available?
We would be pleased to do so, and I think I have it with me now.
Thank you, General Sessions. Have you had any interactions with the Special Counsel Robert Mueller since his appointment?
I have not. With regard to the email we sent out, Mr. Comey, Director Comey, indicated that he did not know that when I recused myself or did not receive notice, one of those emails went to him by name. So a lot happens in our offices. I'm not accusing him of any wrongdoing, but in fact, it was sent to him and to his name.
Okay. General Sessions, as you said, Mr. Comey testified at length before the committee about his interactions with the president, in some cases highlighting your presence at those meetings. And you addressed the meeting where all were asked to leave except for Director Comey, and he had a private meeting with the president. And you said that he did inform you of how uncomfortable that was, and your recommendation was that the FBI and DOJ needed to follow the rules limiting further correspondence. Did Director Comey ever express additional discomfort with conversations that the president might have had with him? Because he had 2 additional meetings and I think a total of 6 phone calls.
That is correct. There's nothing wrong with the president having a communication with the FBI director. What is problematic for any Department of Justice employee is to talk to any cabinet persons or White House officials, high officials, about ongoing investigations that are not properly cleared through the top levels of the Department of Justice. And so it was a regulation I think is healthy. I thought we needed and strongly believed we needed to restore discipline within our department, to adhere to just those kind of rules, plus leaking rules and some of the other things that I think are a bit lax and need to be restored.
You couldn't have had a conversation with the president about the investigation because you were never briefed on the investigation.
That is correct. I would note that with regard to the private meeting that Director Comey had, by his own admission, I believe there are as many as 6 such meetings. Several of them he had with President Trump. I think he had 2 with President Obama. So it's not improper per se, but it would not be justified for a department official to share information about an ongoing investigation without prior review and clearance from above.
General Sessions, just one last question. You were the chair of this foreign policy team for the Trump campaign. To the best of your knowledge, did that team ever meet?
We met a couple of times, maybe. Some of the people did, but we never functioned, frankly, Mr. Chairman, as a coherent team. We had various meetings.
Were there any members of that team you never met?
Yes.
Okay. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, General Sessions. As I mentioned in my opening statement, we appreciate your appearance here, but we do see this as the first step, and I would just like to get your commitment that you will agree to make yourself available as the committee needs in the weeks and months ahead.
Senator Warner, I will commit to appear before this committee and other committees as appropriate. I don't think it's good policy to continually bring cabinet members or the Attorney General before multiple committees going over the same things over and over.
I know other members of the Judiciary Committee or Appropriations Committee may want to raise those issues. But let me just ask about this committee.
I just gave you my answer,
Thank
Mr.
you. What about, can we also get your commitment, since there will be questions about some of these meetings that took place or not, that we could get access to documents or memoranda or your day book or something so we can...
Mr. Chairman, we will be glad to provide appropriate responses to your questions and review them carefully and try to be responsive.
Yesterday, a friend of the President was reported to suggesting that President Trump was considering removing Director Mueller as special counsel. Do you have confidence in Director Mueller's ability to conduct his investigation fairly and impartially?
Well, first, I don't know about these reports and have no basis to
but I'm asking you, sir,
their
I'm asking,
validity. I have known Mr. Mueller over the years. He served 12 years as FBI Director. I knew him before that, and I have confidence in Mr. Mueller.
So you have confidence he can do his job?
But I'm not going to discuss any hypotheticals or what might be a factual situation in the future that I'm not aware of today because I know nothing about the investigation.
Do you believe,
fully recused
I've
myself
got a series of questions, sir. Do you believe the President has confidence in Director Mueller?
I have no idea. I've not talked to him about it.
Now, if we commit to this committee not to take any personal actions that might result in Director Mueller's firing or dismissal?
Well, I think I probably could say that with confidence because I'm recused from the investigation. In fact, the way it works, Senator Warner, is that the acting Attorney General
I'm aware of
investigation,
process, but I just wanted to get you on the record that you would not,
Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein,
with your recusal, you would not take any actions to try to have Special Investigator Mueller removed.
I wouldn't think that would be appropriate for me to do.
Yes, sir, I agree. To your knowledge, have any Department of Justice officials been involved with conversations about any possibility of presidential pardons about any of the individuals involved with the Russia investigation?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not able to comment on conversations with high officials within the White House. That would be a violation of the communications rule that I have to...
Is that, just so I can understand, is the basis of that unwillingness to answer based on executive privilege or what?
It's a long-standing policy of the Department of Justice not to comment on conversations that the Attorney General has had with the President of the United States for confidential reasons that really are founded in the
co-equal branch powers in the Constitution of the United States.
But just so I'm understanding, does that mean, are you claiming executive privilege here today, sir?
I'm not claiming executive privilege because that's the president's power, and I have no power to claim executive privilege.
What about conversations with other Department of Justice or other White House officials about potential pardons? Not the president, sir.
Mr. Chairman, without in any way suggesting that I have had any conversations concerning pardons, totally apart from that, there are privileges of communication within the Department of Justice that we share, all of us do. We have a right to have full and robust debate within the Department of Justice. We encourage people to speak up and argue cases on different sides, and those arguments are not to be revealed. Historically, we've seen that they shouldn't be revealed.
I would hope that you would agree that since you've recused yourself from this investigation, that if the president or others would pardon someone during the midst of this investigation, while our investigation or Director Mueller's investigation, that would be, I would think, problematic. Let me. One of the comments you made in your testimony was that you'd reached this conclusion about the performance of then Director Comey's ability to lead the FBI, that you agreed with Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein's memo, the fact that you'd worked with Director Comey for some time. Did you ever have a conversation as a superior of Director Comey with his failure to perform or some of these accusations that he wasn't running the FBI in a good way or that somehow the FBI is in turmoil? Did you have any conversations with Director Comey about those subjects?
I did not.
So you were his superior, and there were some fairly harsh things said about Director Comey. You never thought it was appropriate to raise those concerns before he was actually terminated by the president?
I did not do so. A memorandum was prepared by the Deputy Attorney General who evaluated his performance, noted some serious problems with it.
And you agreed with those conclusions?
I agreed with those. In fact, Senator Warner, we had talked about it even before I was confirmed and before he was confirmed. It's something that we both agreed to, that a fresh start at the FBI was probably the best thing.
It just, again, seems a little... I could understand that if you talked about that before you came on, you had a chance for a fresh start, there was no fresh start. Suddenly we're in the midst of the investigation, and with timing that seems a little peculiar, that what kind of, at least to me, was out of the blue, the president fires the FBI director, and if there are all these problems of disarray and a lack of esprit de corps at the FBI, all things that the acting director of the FBI denied is the case, I would have thought that somebody would have had that kind of conversation with Director Comey. He was at least been owed that. Let's go to the April 27th meeting. Has been brought up, I think the chairman brought it up. By the time April 27th came around, you'd already been named as the chair of then candidate Trump's National Security Advisory. So showing up that meeting would be appropriate, not only
that was the Mayflower Hotel.
Right, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And my understanding was that the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, was at that meeting as well?
I believe he was, yes.
You don't recollect whether Mr. Kushner had any conversations with Ambassador Kislyak at that session?
I do not.
Okay. And to the best of your memory, you had no conversation with Ambassador Kislyak at that meeting?
I don't recall it, Senator Warner. It would have been, certainly I can assure you, nothing improper if I'd had a conversation with him, and it's conceivable that occurred. I just don't remember it.
But there was nothing in your notes or memories so that when you had a chance, and you did, I appreciate, correct the record about the other two sessions in response to Senator Frank and Senator Leahy, this one didn't pop into your memory, that maybe in the overabundance of caution that you ought to report this session as well?
Well, I guess I could say that I possibly had a meeting, but I still do not recall it, and I did not in any way fail to record something in my testimony or in my subsequent letter intentionally false.
I understand that, sir. I'm just trying to understand when you corrected the record, and clearly by the time you had a chance to correct the record, I would have thought that you would have known that Ambassador Kislyak was at that April 27th session It received quite a bit of press notoriety. And again, echoing what the chairman has said, just again for the record, there was no other meeting with any other officials of the Russian government during the campaign season.
Not to my recollection. And I would just say with regard to the two encounters, one at the Mayflower Hotel that you referred to.
Yes, sir.
I came there not knowing he was going to be there. I don't have any recollection of even knowing he would be there. I didn't have any communications with him before or after that event. And likewise, at the event at the convention, I went off the convention grounds to a college campus for an event that had been set up.
But at the Mayflower event.
Well, let me just follow this up on that one. I didn't know he would be in the audience and had no.
So at the Mayflower event, though, there was this, I guess, kind of VIP reception first, and then people went into the speech. Is that just so I get a?
That's my impression. That's my recollection.
And you were part of the VIP reception?
Yes.
Yes, sir. General Sessions, one of the, again, troubling things that that I need to sort through is, Mr. Comey's testimony last week was that he felt uncomfortable when the president asked everyone else to leave the room. He left the impression that you lingered with perhaps a sense that you felt uncomfortable about it as well. I'm going to allow you to obviously answer and correct if that's not the right impression. After this meeting took place, which clearly Director Comey felt had some level of uncomfortableness, you never asked Director Comey what took place in that meeting?
Well, I would just say it this way. We were there. I was standing there, and without revealing any conversation that took place, what I do recall is that I did depart. I believe everyone else did depart, and Director Comey was sitting in front of the president's desk, and they were talking. So that's what I do remember. I believe it was the next day that he said something, expressed concern about being left alone with the president. But that in itself is not problematic. He did not tell me at that time any details about anything that was said that was improper. I affirmed his concern that we should be following the proper guidelines of the Department of Justice and basically backed him up in his concerns, and that he should not carry on any conversation with the president or anyone else about an investigation in a way that was not proper. I felt he, so long in the department, former Deputy Attorney General, as I recall, knew those policies probably a good deal better than I did.
Thank you, sir, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman. But it did appear that Mr. Comey felt that the conversation was improper.
He was concerned about it, and his recollection of what he said to me about his concern is consistent with my recollection.
Senator Risch.
Attorney General Sessions, good to hear you talk about how important this Russian interference and active measures in our campaign is. I don't think there's any American who would disagree with the fact that we need to drill down to this, know what happened, get it out in front of the American people, and do what we can to stop it again. And that's what this committee was charged to do, and that's what this committee started to do. As you probably know, on February 14th, the New York Times published an article alleging that there was constant communications between the Trump campaign and the Russians and collusion regarding the elections. You recall that article when it came out?
Not exactly.
Generally.
But that was generally, I remember those charges.
Mr. Comey told us when he was here last week that he had a very specific recollection. In fact, he chased it down through the intelligence community and was not able to find a scintilla of evidence to that effect. Then he sought out both Republicans and Democrats up here to tell them that this was false, that there was no such facts anywhere that corroborated what the New York Times had reported. Nonetheless, after that, this committee took that on as one of the things, and we've spent really substantially more time on that than we have on the Russian active measures. We've been through thousands of pages of information, interviewed witnesses, and everything else. We're really no different than where we were when this whole thing started. But and there's been no reports that I know of any factual information in that regard. Are you aware of any such information of collusion?
Is that arose from the dossier, so-called dossier, Senator Rich? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, we're anywhere.
I believe that's the report that Senator Franken hit me with when I was testifying, and it, I think, has been pretty substantially discredited, but you would know more than I. But what was said that would suggest I participated in the continuing communications with Russians over as a surrogate is absolutely false.
Mr. Sessions, there's been all this talk about conversations and that you had some conversations with the Russians. Senators up here who are on either foreign relations, intelligence, or armed services, conversations with officers of other governments or ambassadors or what have you are everyday occurrences here, multiple-time occurrences for most of us. Is that a fair statement?
I think it is, yes.
And indeed, if you run into one in a grocery store, you're going to have a conversation with them. Is that fair?
Could very well happen.
And
be nothing improper.
All right. On the other hand, collusion with the Russians or any other government, for that matter, when it comes to our elections, certainly would be improper and illegal. Would that be a fair statement?
Absolutely.
All right. Are you willing to sit here and tell the American people, unfiltered by what the media is going to put out, that you participated in no conversations of any kind where there was collusion between the Trump campaign and any other foreign government?
I can say that absolutely, and I have no hesitation to do so.
Mr. Sessions, you're a former U.S. attorney, former United States Senator, and the Attorney General of the United States. You participated, as you've described, in the Trump campaign. And as such, you traveled with the campaign, I gather?
I did.
You spoke for the campaign at times?
Well, on a number of occasions. I was not continually on the...
Based upon your experience and based upon your participation in the campaign, did you hear even a whisper or a suggestion or anyone making reference within that campaign that somehow the Russians were involved in that campaign?
I did not.
Okay.
No
what would you have done if you'd have heard that?
Well, I would have been shocked, and I would have known it was improper.
And headed for the exit, I suppose.
Well, maybe. Right. So this was, serious. This is a serious matter because what you're talking about is hacking into a private person or DNC computer and obtaining information and spreading that out. That's just not right. And I believe it's likely that laws were violated if that actually occurred. So it's an improper thing.
Mr. Sessions, has any person from the White House or the administration, including the President of the United States, either directed you or asked you to do any unlawful or illegal act since you've been Attorney General of the United States?
No, Senator Rich. Not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Feinstein.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Attorney General.
Thank you.
On May 19th, Mr. Rosenstein, in a statement to the House of Representatives, essentially told them that he learned on May 8th that President Trump intended to remove Director Comey. When you wrote your letter on May 9, did you know that the President had already decided to fire Director Comey?
Senator Feinstein, I would say that I believe it's been made public that the President asked us our opinion. It was given, and he asked us to put that in writing. I don't know how much more he said about it than that, but I believe he has talked about it, and I would let his words speak for themselves.
Well, on May 11th, on NBC Nightly News, 2 days later, the President stated he was going to fire Comey regardless of the recommendation. So I'm puzzled about the recommendation because the decision had been made. So what was the need for you to write a recommendation?
Well, we were asked our opinion, and when we expressed it, which was consistent with
the memorandum and letter we wrote. I felt comfortable in, and I guess the Deputy Attorney General did too, in providing that information in writing.
So do you concur with the President that he was going to fire Comey regardless of recommendation because the problem was the Russian investigation?
Senator Feinstein, I guess I'll just have to let his words speak for himself. I'm not sure what was in his mind explicitly when we talked with him.
Did you ever discuss Director Comey's FBI handling of the Russia investigations with the President or anyone else?
Senator Feinstein, that would call for a communication between the Attorney General and the President, and I'm not able to comment on that.
You are not able to answer the question here, whether you ever discussed that with him?
That's correct.
And how do you view that? Since you discussed his termination, why wouldn't you discuss the reasons?
Well, those were put in writing and sent to the President, and he made those public, so he made that public.
So you'd had no verbal conversation with him about the firing of Mr. Comey?
I'm not able to discuss with you or confirm or deny the nature of private conversations that I may have had with the President on this subject or others. And I know that how this will be discussed, but that's the rules that has been long adhered to by the Department of Justice, as you know, Senator Feinstein.
You're a longtime colleague, but we heard Mr. Coates and we heard Admiral Rogers say essentially the same thing, when it was easy just to say if the answer was no, no.
Well, it would have been easier to say if it was yes, yes, but both would have been improper.
Okay. So how exactly were you involved in the termination of Director Comey? Because I am looking at your letter dated May 9, and you say the director of the FBI must be someone who follows faithfully the rules and principles, who sets the right example for our law enforcement officials. Therefore, I must recommend that you remove Director Comey and identify an experienced and qualified individual to lead the great men and women of the FBI. Do you really believe that this had to do with Director Comey's performance with the men and women of the FBI?
There was a clear view of mine and of Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein as he set out at some length in his memoranda, which I adopted and sent forward to the President, that we had problems there, and it was my best judgment that a fresh start at the FBI was the appropriate thing to do. And when asked, I said that to the President. It's something I had adhered to. Deputy Rosenstein's letter dealt with a number of things. When the Mr. Comey declined the Clinton prosecution, that was really a usurpation of the authority of the federal prosecutors in the Department of Justice. It was a stunning development. The FBI is the investigative team. They don't decide prosecution policies. And so that was a thunderous thing. He also commented at some length on the declination of the Clinton prosecution, which you should not normally, you shouldn't do. Policies have been historic. If you decline, and you don't talk about it. There were other things that had happened that indicated to me a lack of discipline, and it caused controversy on both sides of the aisle. And I had come to the conclusion that a fresh start was appropriate and did not mind putting that in writing.
My time is up. Thank you very much.
Senator Rubio.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Attorney General. I want to go back to February 14th and kind of close the loop on the details. Director Comey was here, provided great detail about that day. So what I've heard so far is there was a meeting in the Oval Office on the 14th. You recall being there along with him. At some point, the meeting concluded. The president, everyone got up to leave. The president asked Director Comey to stay behind, correct?
Well, that's a communication in the White House that I would not comment on.
All right.
I do indicate.
You remember seeing him stay behind?
Yes.
Okay. And his testimony was that you lingered. And his view of it was you lingered because you knew that you needed to stay. That was his characterization. Do you remember lingering? Do you remember feeling like you needed to stay?
I do recall being one of the last ones to leave.
Did you decide to be one of the last ones to leave?
I don't know how that occurred. We had finished a counterterrorism briefing. There, a number of people were there, and people were filtering out. I eventually left, and I do recall that I think I was the last, or one of the last 2 or 3 to leave.
Would it be fair to say that you felt like perhaps you needed to stay because it involved the FBI director?
Well, I don't know how I would characterize that, Senator Rubio. I left. It didn't seem to me to be a major problem. I knew that Director Comey, long-time experience in the Department of Justice, could handle himself well.
So you saw him after that. He characterized it as he went up to you and said, you know, never leave me alone with the president again. It's not appropriate. And he said, this is his characterization, you just kind of shrugged like as if to say, what am I supposed to do about it?
Well, I think I described it more completely, correctly. He raised that issue with me, I believe, the next day. I think that was correct. And he expressed concern to me about that private conversation. And I agreed with him essentially that there are rules on private conversations with the president. But there's not a prohibition on a private discussion with the president, as I believe he's acknowledged 6 or more himself with President Obama and President Trump. So I didn't feel like that's the first, and he gave me no detail about what it was that he was concerned about.
So
so I didn't say I wouldn't be able to respond if he called me. He certainly knew that with regard that he could call his direct supervisor, which in the Department of Justice, the direct supervisor to the FBI is the Deputy Attorney General. He could have complained to the deputy or to me at any time if he felt pressured, but I had no doubt that he would not yield to any pressure.
Do you know if the president records conversations in the Oval Office or anywhere in the White House?
I do not.
Let me ask you this. If, in fact, any president was to record conversations in their official duties in the White House or the like, would there be an obligation to preserve those records?
I don't know, Senator Rubio. Probably so.
I want to go to the campaign for a moment. As I'm sure you're aware, as it's been widely reported, Russian intelligence agencies often pose not simply as an official, but in covers as businessmen or journalists and the like. At any point during the campaign, did you have an interaction with anyone who, in hindsight, you look back and say, they were trying to influence me or gain insight, that in hindsight you look at and wonder?
I don't believe in my conversations with the 3 times.
Just in general.
Well, I met a lot of people, a lot of foreign officials who wanted to argue their case for their country and to point out things that they thought were important for their countries. But yes, that's a normal thing, I guess, we talk about.
Right, but as far as someone who's not an official from another country, just a businessman or anyone walking down the street who kind of struck you as someone that was trying to find out what you were up to or what the campaign was up to, you never remember any sort of interaction that in hindsight appears suspicious?
Well, I'd have to rack my brain, but I don't recall it now.
My last question. You were on the foreign policy team. The Republican platform was changed to not provide defensive weapons to Ukraine. Were you involved in that decision? Do you know how that change was made or who was involved in making that change?
I was not active in the platform committee, did not participate in that, and don't think I had any direct involvement.
Do you know who did, or do you have no recollection of a debate about that issue internally in the campaign?
I never watched the debate.
if it occurred on the platform committee. I think it did. So I don't recall that, Senator Rubio. I'd have to think about that.
Thank you.
Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for holding this hearing in the open, in full view of the American people, where it belongs. I believe the American people have had it with stonewalling. Americans don't want to hear that answers to relevant questions are privileged and off limits, or that they can't be provided in public, or that it would be, quote, inappropriate for witnesses to tell us what they know. We are talking about an attack on our democratic institutions, and stonewalling of any kind is unacceptable. And General Sessions has acknowledged that there is no legal basis for this stonewalling. So now to questions. Last Thursday, I asked former Director Comey about the FBI's interactions with you, General Sessions, prior to your stepping aside from the Russian investigation. Mr. Comey said that your continued engagement with the Russian investigation was, quote, problematic, and he, Mr. Comey, could not discuss it in public. Mr. Comey also said that FBI personnel had been calling for you to step aside from the investigation at least 2 weeks before you finally did so. Now, in your prepared statement, you stated you received only, quote, limited information necessary to inform your recusal decision. But given Director Comey's statement, we need to know what that was. Were you aware of any concerns at the FBI or elsewhere in government about your contacts with the Russians or any other matters relevant to whether you should step aside from the Russian investigation?
Senator Wyden, I am not stonewalling. I am following the historic policies of the Department of Justice. You don't walk into any hearing or committee meeting and reveal confidential communications with the President of the United States, who's entitled to receive confidential communications in your best judgment about a host of issues, and have to be accused of stonewalling for not answering them. So I would push back on that. Secondly, Mr. Comey, perhaps he didn't know, but I basically recused myself the first day I got into the office because I never accessed files. I never learned the names of investigators. I never met with them. I never asked for any documentation. The documentation, what little I received, was mostly already in the media and was presented by the senior ethics, public responsibility, professional responsibility attorney in the department. And I made an honest and proper decision to recuse myself, as I told Senator Feinstein and the members of the committee I would do when they confirmed me.
General Sessions, respectfully, you're not answering the question.
Well, what is the question?
The question is, Mr. Comey said that there were matters with respect to the recusal that were problematic and he couldn't talk about them. What are they?
Why don't you tell me? There are none, Senator Wyden. There are none. I can tell you that for absolute certainty. This is a secret innuendo being leaked out there about me, and I don't appreciate it. And I've tried to give my best and truthful answers to any committee I've appeared before, and it's really people are suggesting through innuendo that I have been not honest about matters, and I've tried to be honest.
My time is short. You've made your point that you think Mr. Comey is engaging in innuendo. We're going to keep digging on this.
Well, Senator Wyden, he did not say that.
He said it was problematic, and I asked you what was problematic about it.
Some of that leaked out of the committee that he said in closed sessions.
Okay. One more question. I asked former FBI director whether your role in firing him violated your recusal, given that President Trump said he fired Comey because of the Russian investigation. Director Comey said this was a reasonable question. So I want to ask you just point blank, why did you sign the letter recommending the firing of Director Comey when it violated your recusal?
It did not violate my recusal. It did not violate my recusal. That would be the answer to that. And the letter that I signed represented my views that had been formulated for some time.
Mr. Chairman, just if I can finish, that answer, in my view, doesn't pass the smell test. The president tweeted repeatedly about his anger at investigations into his associates in Russia. The day before you wrote your letter, he tweeted that the collusion story was a total hoax and asked, when will this taxpayer-funded charade end? I don't think your answer passes the smell test.
Well, Senator Wyden, I think I should be allowed to briefly respond at least, and would say the letter, the memorandum that Deputy Rosenstein wrote, and my letter that accompanied it, represented my views of the situation.
I'll ask that on the second round. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Sessions, I want to clarify who did what with regard to the firing of Mr. Comey. First of all, let me ask you, when did you have your first conversation with Rod Rosenstein about Mr. Comey?
We talked about it before either one of us were confirmed. It was a topic of, conversation among people who'd served in the department a long time. They knew that what had happened that fall was pretty dramatically unusual. Many people felt it was very wrong. And so it was in that context that we discussed it, and we both found that we shared a common view that a fresh start would be appropriate.
And this was based on Mr. Comey's handling of the investigation involving Hillary Clinton, in which you said that he usurped the authority of prosecutors at the Department of Justice?
Yes, that was part of it, and the commenting on the investigation in ways that go beyond the proper policies. We need to restore, Senator Collins, I think, the classic discipline in the department. My team, we've discussed this. There's been too much leaking and too much talking publicly about investigations. In the long run, the department historic rule that you remain mum about ongoing investigations is the better policy.
Now, subsequently, the president asked for you to put your views in writing. You've testified today. And I believe that you were right to recuse yourself from the ongoing Russian investigation. But then on May 9th, you wrote to the president recommending that Mr. Comey be dismissed. And obviously, this went back many months to the earlier conversations you had had with Mr. Rosenstein. But my question is, why do you believe that your recommendation to fire Director Comey was not inconsistent with your March 2nd recusal?
Thank you. The recusal involved one case involved in the Department of Justice and in the FBI. They conduct thousands of investigations. I'm the Attorney General of the United States. It's my responsibility to our Judiciary Committee and other committees to ensure that that department is run properly. I have to make difficult decisions. And I do not believe that it is a sound position to say that if you're recused for a single case involving any one of the great agencies like DEA or U.S. Marshals or ATF that are part of the Department of Justice, you can't make a decision about the leadership in that agency.
Now, if you had known that the president subsequently was going to go on TV and in an interview with Lester Holt of NBC would say that this Russian thing was the reason for his decision to dismiss the FBI director, would you have felt uncomfortable about the timing of the decision?
Well, I would just say this, Senator Collins. I don't think it's appropriate to deal with those kind of hypotheticals. I have to deal in actual issues, and I would respectfully not comment on that.
Well, let me ask you this. In retrospect, do you believe that it would have been better for you to have stayed out of the decision to fire Director Comey?
I think it's my responsibility. I mean, I was appointed to be Attorney General. Supervising all the federal agencies is my responsibility. Trying to get the very best people in those agencies at the top of them is my responsibility, and I think I had a duty to do so.
Now, Director Comey testified that he was not comfortable telling you about his one-on-one conversation with the president on February 14th because he believed that you would shortly recuse yourself from the Russian investigation, which you did. Yet, Director Comey testified that he told no one else at the department outside of the senior leadership team at the FBI. Do you believe that the director had an obligation to bring the information about the president saying that he hoped he could let Michael Flynn go to someone else at the Department of Justice? There are an awful lot of lawyers at the Department of Justice, some 10,000 by last count.
I think the appropriate thing would have been for Director Comey to talk with the acting Deputy Attorney General, who is his direct supervisor. That was Dana Bente, who had 33 years in the Department of Justice and was even then still serving for 6 years and continues to serve as Attorney General appointed by President Obama. So he's a man of great integrity, and everybody knows it, a man of decency and judgment. If he had concerns, I think he should have raised it to Deputy Attorney General Bente, who would be the appropriate person in any case, really. But if he had any concern that I might be recusing myself, that would be a double reason for him to share it with Deputy Attorney General Bente.
Thank you.
Senator Heinrich.
Attorney General Sessions, has the President ever expressed his frustration to you regarding your decision to recuse yourself?
Senator Heinrich, I'm not able to share with this committee private communications.
Because you're invoking executive privilege.
I'm not able to invoke executive privilege. That's the President's prerogative.
Well, my understanding is that you took an oath, you raised your right hand here today, and you said that you would solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And now you're not answering questions. You're impeding this investigation. So my understanding of the legal standard is that you either answer the question, that's the best outcome. You say, this is classified, can't answer it here. I'll answer it in closed session. That's bucket number 2. Bucket number 3 is to say, I'm invoking executive privilege. There is no appropriateness bucket. It is not a legal standard. Can you tell me what are these long-standing DOJ rules that protect conversations made in the executive without invoking executive privilege?
Senator, I'm protecting the President's constitutional right by not giving it away before he has a chance to review it. And secondly, I am telling the truth in answering your question in saying it's a long-standing policy of the Department of Justice.
Are those
not
policies
to comment,
written?
even and to make sure the President has full opportunity to decide these issues.
Can you share those policies with us? Are they written down at the Department of Justice?
I believe they are.
This is the appropriateness legal standard for not answering congressional inquiries.
It's my judgment that it would be inappropriate for me to answer and reveal private conversations with the President when he has not had a full opportunity to review the questions and to make a decision on whether or not to approve such an answer
one. There are also other privileges that could be invoked. One of the things deals with the investigation of the special counsel as
And
other...
we're not asking questions about that investigation. If I wanted to ask questions about that investigation, I'd ask those of Rod Rosenstein. I'm asking about your personal knowledge from this committee, which has a constitutional obligation to get to the bottom of this. There are two investigations here. There is a special counsel investigation. There is also a congressional investigation. And you are obstructing that congressional investigation by not answering these questions. And I think your silence, like the silence of Director Coates, like the silence of Admiral Rogers, speaks volumes.
I would say that I have consulted with senior career attorneys in the department,
I suspect
and they believe
you have.
this is consistent with my duties.
Senator Risch asked you a question about appropriateness. If you had known that there had been anything untoward with regard to Russia in the campaign, would you have headed for the exits? Your response was maybe. Why wasn't it a simple yes?
Well, there was a improper, illegal relationship in an effort to impede or influence this campaign, I absolutely would have departed.
I think that's a good answer. I'm not sure why it wasn't the answer in the first place. I find it strange that neither you nor Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein brought up performance issues with Director Comey. And in fact, Deputy FBI Director McCabe has directly refuted any assertion that there were performance issues. This is troubling because it appears that the President decided to fire Director Comey because he was pursuing the Russia investigation and had asked you to come up with an excuse. When your assessment of Director Comey didn't hold up to public scrutiny, the President finally admitted that he had fired Director Comey because he was pursuing the Russia investigation, i.e. the Lester Holt interview. You've claimed that you did not break recusal when participating in Director Comey's firing, but it appears that his firing was directly related to Russia, not departmental mismanagement. How do you square those two things?
Well, you had a lot in that question. Let me say first, within a week or so, I believe May 3rd, Director Comey testified that he believed the handling of the Clinton declination was proper and appropriate, and he would do it again. I know that was a great concern to both of us because it did not, that represented something that I think most professionals in the Department of Justice would totally agree that the FBI investigative agency does not decide whether to prosecute or decline criminal cases. Pretty breathtaking usurpation of the responsibility of the Attorney General. So that's how we felt. That was sort of additional concern that we had heading the FBI, someone who boldly asserted the right to continue to make such decisions. That was one of the things we discussed. That was in the memorandum, I believe, and it was also an important factor for us.
Before I recognize Senator Blunt, I would like the record to show that last night Admiral Rogers spent almost 2 hours in closed session, almost the full committee, fulfilling his commitment to us in the hearing that in closed session he would answer the question, and I think it was thoroughly answered, and all members were given an opportunity to ask questions. I just want the record to show that with what Senator Heinrich stated. Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Chairman. Attorney General, it's good to see you here. It's good to see Mary. I know that there are probably other places you'd both rather be today, but you've always looked at public service as something you did together, and it's good to see you here together and know that your family continues to be proud and supportive of what you do.
Thank you. I'm blessed indeed.
I agree with that. I agree with that. Let me just get a couple of things clear in my mind here of notes I've taken while people were asking questions and you were talking. On the April 27th, 2016 event, I think that's the Mayflower Hotel speech that the presidential candidate gave on foreign policy. You didn't have a room at that event where you had private meetings, did you?
No, I did not.
And as I understand it, you went to a reception that was attended by how many people?
I think 2 to 3 dozen.
2 to 3 dozen people. You went in, heard a speech, and then may have seen people on your way out.
Correct.
So when you said you possibly had a meeting with Mr. Kislyak, did you mean you possibly met him?
I didn't have any formal meeting with him. I'm confident of that, but I may have had an encounter during the reception. That's the only thing I cannot say with certainty. I did not. That's all I can say.
Well, that's what I thought you were saying, but sometimes when I hear I had a meeting, that would mean more to me than I met somebody.
Right.
You might have met him at the reception. Could you have met other ambassadors at that reception as well?
I could. I remember one in particular that we had a conversation with, whose country had an investment in Alabama, and we talked at a little length about that. I remember that, but otherwise have no recollection of a discussion with the Russian ambassador.
All right. So you were there. You've read since he was there. You may have seen him, but you had no room where you were having meetings with individuals to have discussions at the Mayflower Hotel that day.
No, that is correct.
Well, whenever you talked to Mr. Comey after he had had his meeting with the president, you think that was probably the next day? You didn't stay afterwards and see him after he left the Oval Office that night?
No. I understand his testimony may have suggested that it happened right afterwards, but it was either the next morning, which I think it was, or maybe the morning after that. We had a 3 times a week national security briefing with the FBI that I undertake, and so it was after that we had that conversation.
We had that conversation. Now, what I'm not quite clear on is, did you respond when he expressed his concern or not?
Yes, I did respond. I think he's incorrect. He indicated, I believe, that he was not totally sure of the exact wording of the meeting, but I do recall my chief of staff was with me, and we recall that I did affirm the longstanding written policies of the Department of Justice concerning communications with the White House. We have to follow those rules, and in the long run, you're much better off if you do. They do not prohibit communications one-on-one by the FBI Director with the President, but if that conversation moves into certain areas, it's the duty, the rules apply to the Department of Justice. So it's a duty of the FBI agent to say, Mr. President, I can't talk about that. That's the way that should work. And apparently it did, because he says he did not improperly discuss matters with the President.
When Mr. Comey talked to you about that meeting, did he mention Mr. Flynn?
No. He mentioned no facts of any kind. He did not mention to me that he'd been asked to do something he thought was improper. He just said he was uncomfortable, I believe, with it.
After that discussion with Mr. Comey...
Actually, I don't know that he said he was uncomfortable. I think he said maybe it was what he testified to was perhaps the correct wording. I'm not sure exactly what he said, but I don't dispute it.
Well, exactly what I remember him saying was that you didn't react at all and kind of shrugged, but you're saying you referred him to the normal way these meetings are supposed to be conducted.
I took it as a concern that he might be asked something that was improper, and I affirmed to him his willingness to say no or not go in an improper way, improper direction.
I'd just say, finally, I'm assuming you wouldn't talk about this because it would relate to the May 8th meeting, but my sense is that no decision is final until it's carried out. My guess is that there are people at this dais who have said they were going to let somebody go or fire somebody that never did that. So the fact that the president said that on May 8th doesn't mean that the information he got from you on May 9th was not necessary or impactful. And I'm sure you're not going to say how many times the president said we ought to get rid of that person, but I'm sure that's happened. And Chairman, I'll thank you.
Senator King.
Mr. Attorney General, thank you for joining us today. I respect your willingness to be here.
Thank
you. Testified a few minutes ago, I'm not able to invoke executive privilege. That's up to the president. Has the president invoked executive privilege in the case of your testimony here today?
He has not.
Then what is the basis of your refusal to answer these questions?
Senator Kane, the president has a constitutional...
I understand that, but the president hasn't asserted it.
Well,
you said you don't have the power to assert the power of executive privilege, so what is the legal basis for your refusal to answer these questions?
I am protecting the right of the president to assert it if he chooses, and there may be other privileges that could apply in this circumstance.
Well, I don't understand how you can have it both ways. The president can't not assert it, and you've testified that only the president can assert it, and yet I just don't understand the legal basis for your refusal to answer.
Well, what we try to do, I think most cabinet officials, others that you questioned recently, officials before the committee, protect the president's right to do so. If it comes to a point where the issue is clear and there's a dispute about it, at some point the president will either assert the privilege or not, or some other privilege would be asserted. But at this point, I believe it's premature for
You're
me
asserting
to
a privilege that the president you've testified.
it'd be premature for me to deny the president a full and intelligent choice about executive privilege. That's not necessary at this point.
You testified a few minutes ago that, quote, we were asked for our opinion. Who asked for your opinion?
You mean
you testified we were asked for our opinion.
My understanding is, I believe I'm correct in saying the president has said so.
So he didn't ask you directly?
I thought you were asking about the privilege. So
no, I'm
you
sorry.
Want to go back to
I'm saying you said, quote, we were asked for our opinion, you and Mr. Rosenstein.
I believe that was appropriate for me to say that because I think the president...
No, I'm just asking you.
I'm just saying
who asked
why...
you for your opinion?
Yeah.
Who asked you for your opinion?
Right. The president asked for our opinion.
All right, so you just testified as to the content of a communication to the president.
That is correct, but I believe he's already revealed that. I believe I'm correct in saying that. That's why I indicated that when I answered that question. But if he hasn't, and I'm in error,
so
I would have constricted his constitutional right of privilege.
So you're correct. You're being selective about the use of...
No, I'm not intentionally. I'm doing so only because I believe he made that...
In any of your discussions with the president about the firing of James Comey, did the question of the Russian investigation ever come up?
I cannot answer that because it was a communication by the president, or if any such occurred, it would be a communication that he has not waived.
But he has not asserted the executive privilege.
He has not asserted executive privilege.
Do you believe the Russians interfered with the 2016 elections?
It appears so. The intelligence community seems to be united in that. But I have to tell you, Senator King, I know nothing but what I've read in the paper. I've never received any detailed briefing on how hacking occurred or how information was alleged to have influenced the campaign.
Between the election, there was a memorandum from the intelligence community on October 9th that detailed what the Russians were doing after the election, before the inauguration. You never sought any information about this rather dramatic attack on our country?
No.
You never asked for a briefing or attended a briefing or read the intelligence reports?
You might have been very critical of me if I, as an active part of the campaign, was seeking intelligence relating to something that might be relevant to the campaign. I'm not sure that
I'm not talking about the campaign. I'm talking about what the Russians did. You received no briefing on the Russian active measures in connection with the 2016 election?
No. I don't believe I ever did.
Let's go to your letter of May 9th, you said, based upon my evaluation and for the reasons expressed by the deputy, was that a written evaluation?
My evaluation was an evaluation that had been going on for some months.
Is there a written evaluation?
I did not make one. I think you could classify Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein's memorandum as an evaluation, one that, and he was the direct supervisor of the FBI Director.
And his evaluation was based 100% on the handling of the Hillary Clinton emails. Is that correct?
Well, in a number of other matters, but as I recall, but he did explicitly lay out the errors that he thought had been made in that process by the director of the FBI. I thought they were cogent and accurate and far more significant than I think a lot of people have understood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Sessions, good to see you again.
Thank you.
You speak as a man eager to set the record straight. And you've spoken very plainly from the very beginning, from your opening statement all the way through this time. I am amazed at the conversations, as if an Attorney General has never said there were private conversations with the President. And we don't need to discuss those. It seems to be a short memory about some of the statements Eric Holder would and would not make to any committee in the House or the Senate, and would or would not turn over documents, even requested, that had to go all the way through the court system to finally the courts having to say, no, the President can't hold back documents and the Attorney General can't do that. So somehow some accusation that you're not saying every conversation about everything. There's a long history of attorney generals standing beside the president saying there are some conversations that are confidential, and then it can be determined from there. It does seem as well that every unnamed source story somehow gets a hearing. I was in the hearing this morning with Rod Rosenstein as we dealt with the appropriations request that originally, obviously, you were scheduled to be at, that Rod Rosenstein was taking your place to be able to cover. He was very clear. He was peppered with questions about Russia during that conversation as well. He was very clear that he has never had conversations with you about that and that you have never requested conversations about that. He was also peppered with questions of the latest rumor of the day, that is somehow the president is thinking about firing Robert Mueller and getting rid of him, and was very clear that Rosenstein himself said, I am the only one that could do that, and I'm not contemplating that, nor would I do that, and no one has any idea where the latest unnamed source story of the day is coming from, but somehow it's grabbing all the attention. I do want to be able to bring up a couple of things to you specifically. One is to define the word recuse. And I come back to your email that you sent to Jim Comey and others that day on March the 2nd. This was what you had said during your in your email. After careful consideration following meetings with Career Department officials over the course of this past several weeks, the Attorney General has decided to recuse himself from any existing or future investigations of any matters related in any way to the campaigns for President of the United States. The Attorney General's recusal is not only with respect to such investigations, if any, but also extends to the Department of responses to congressional and media inquiries related to such investigations. Is that something you have maintained from March 2nd on?
Absolutely. Actually, I maintained it from the first day I became Attorney General. We discussed those matters, and I felt until and if I ever made a decision to not recuse myself, I should not, as abundance of caution, involve myself in studying the investigation or evaluating it.
Right.
So I did not. I also would note that the memorandum from my chief of staff directs these agencies, and one of the people directly it was sent to was James B. Comey, the director of the FBI. You should instruct members of your staffs to not to brief the Attorney General or any other officials in the office of the Attorney General about or otherwise involve the Attorney General or other officials in the office of the Attorney General in any such matters described above.
And
so
you
we
haven't
took
requested
the proper and firm and crystal clear position that the recusal meant recusal.
Relating to this April 27th meeting, non-meeting in the same room at the same time, the national interest was asked specifically about this as well, who was the host of that event. They stated this in writing. As the host, the Center for National Interest decided whom to invite and then issued the invitations. The Trump campaign did not determine or approve the invitation list. Guests at the event included both Democrats and Republicans, with some among the latter supporting other candidates. Most of the guests were Washington-based foreign policy experts and journalists. Center for National Interest invited Russian Ambassador Kislyak and several other ambassadors to the speech. We regularly invite ambassadors and other foreign representatives to our events to facilitate dialogue. And then they stated, we seated all four in the front row during the speech in deference to their diplomatic status. The Trump campaign had nothing to do with the seating arrangement. The Center for National Interest extended equal treatment to the four ambassadors attending the event and invited each to a short reception prior to the Trump speech. The reception included approximately 24 guests in a receiving line. The line moved quickly, and any conversations with Mr. Trump in that setting were inherently brief and could not be private. Our recollection is that the interaction between Mr. Trump and the Ambassador Kislyak was limited to polite exchange of pleasantries appropriate on such occasions. We're not aware of any conversation between Ambassador Kislyak and Senator Jeff Sessions at the reception. However, in a small group setting like this one, we consider it unlikely that anyone could have engaged in a meaningful private conversation without drawing attention from others present. Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, I think that's a very fair description of the reception situation. I appreciate them having made that statement.
Great. I yield back.
Senator Manchin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you, Mr. General, for being here. It's good to see you again.
Thank you, Senator Manchin.
Sir, I'm going to follow up a little bit on what Senator King had asked concerning you and I are about the same vintage. We remember back in our lifetime, we've never known the Russians to be, the Russian government or the Russian military to ever be our friend, and wanting the same things we wanted, we wanted out of life. With that being said, the seriousness of this Russian hacking is very serious to me and concerning. And you're saying that you had not been briefed on that. I think it was October 9th, when it was known that the ODNI at that time, I think Mr. Clapper and also Mr. Jay Johnson, Homeland Security, made that public, what was going on. Then on December 29th, President Obama at that time expelled 35 Russian diplomats, denied access to 2 Russian-owned compounds, and he broadened the existing sanctions. Sir, I would ask, did you have any discussions at all? Have you had any discussions or sat in on any type of meetings where recommendations were made to remove those sanctions?
I don't recall any such meeting.
And during the time, not from the president being inaugurated on January 20th, prior to that, in the campaign, up until through the transition, was there ever any meetings that he showed any concern or consideration or just inquisitive of what the Russians were really doing and if they really done it?
I don't recall any such conversation. I'm not sure I understood your question. Maybe I better listen.
Well, you were part of the national security team, so if he would have heard something about Russia and with their capabilities and our concern about what they could do to our election process, was there ever any conversations concerning that whatsoever?
I don't recall it, Senator Manchin.
I know it's been asked of you, the things that, your executive privileges in protecting the president. I understand that. But also, when we had Mr. Comey here, he couldn't answer a lot of things in an open session. He agreed to go into a closed session. Would you be able to go into a closed session? Would it change your answers to us or your ability to speak more frankly on some things we would want to know?
Senator Manchin, I'm not sure. The executive privilege is not waived by going in camera or in closed session. It may be that one of the concerns is that when you have a investigation ongoing, as the special counsel does, it's often very problematic to have persons not cooperating with that counsel in the conduct of the investigation, which may or may not be a factor in going into closed session.
It would be very helpful. I think the committee, there's a lot of questions they'd like to ask, and I know that you would like to answer if possible, and maybe we can check into that a little further. If I could, sir, did you have any meetings, any other meetings with Russian government officials that have not been previously disclosed?
I have racked my brain, and I do not believe so.
Are there any other?
I can assure you that none of those meetings discussed manipulating a campaign in the United States in any way, shape, or form, or any hacking, or any such ideas.
I'm going to go quick through this. Are there any other meetings between Russian government officials and any other Trump campaign associates that have not been previously disclosed that you know of?
I don't recall any.
To the best of your knowledge, did any of the following individuals meet with Russian officials at any point during the campaign? You can just go yes or no as I go down through the list. Paul Manafort?
Repeat that now.
To the best of your knowledge, sir, did any of these following individuals meet with Russian officials at any point during the campaign? And you can just be a yes or no on this. Paul Manafort?
I don't have any information that he had done so. He served as campaign chairman for a few months.
Steve Bannon?
I have no information that he did.
General Michael Flynn?
I don't recall it.
Reince Priebus?
I don't recall.
Steve Miller?
I don't recall him ever having such a conversation.
Corey Lewandowski?
I do not recall any of those individuals having any meeting with Russian officials.
Carter Page?
I don't know.
And I would finally ask this question because I always think we try to get, you have innate knowledge.
There may have been some published accounts of Mr. Page talking with Russians. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't recall.
As a former senator, you bring a unique, holistic perspective to this investigation because you've been on both sides.
I have indeed.
If you were
all in all, it's better on that side.
If you were sitting on this side of the dais, okay, here
nobody gets to ask you about your private conversation with your staff.
Well, here we go. Get your chance to give us some advice. If you were sitting on this side of the dais, what question would you be asking?
I would be asking whether or not I would be asking questions related to whether or not there was an impact on this election.
And what part of the story do you think we're missing?
By foreign power, particularly the Russians, since the intelligence community is suggested and stated that they believe they did. But I do think members of this government have offices to run.
Is there a part of the story we're
manage,
missing?
And the question should be focused on that.
Yeah, is there a part of the story we're missing? I'm so sorry, Mr. Chairman. Is there a part of the story we're missing?
I don't know because I'm not involved in the campaign and had no information concerning it. I have no idea at what stage it is. You members of this committee know a lot more than I.
Thank you, General Sessions.
General Sessions, I will assure you we are very much focused on Russia's involvement. And
Doesn't seem like it.
Our hope is that as we complete this process, we will lay those facts out for the American people so they can make their own determinations as well. We're grateful for what you've done, Senator Cotton.
Well, I am on this side of the dais, so I can say a very simple question that should be asked. I am on this side of the dais, so a very simple question that should be asked is, did Donald Trump or any of his associates in the campaign collude with Russia in hacking those emails and releasing them to the public? That's where we started 6 months ago. We have now heard from 6 of the 8 Democrats in this committee, and to my knowledge, I don't think a single one of them asked that question. They've gone down lots of other rabbit trails, but not that question. Maybe that is because Jim Comey said last week, as he said to Donald Trump, that on 3 times he assured him he was not under investigation. Maybe it's because multiple Democrats on this committee have stated they have seen no evidence thus far after 6 months of our investigation and 11 months of an FBI investigation of any such collusion. I would just suggest, what do we think happened at the Mayflower? Mr. Sessions, are you familiar with what spies called tradecraft?
A little bit.
That involves things like covert communications and dead drops and brush passes, right?
That is part of it.
Do you like spy fiction? John Le Carre, Daniel Silva, Jason Matthews?
Yeah, Alan First, David Ignatius. Just finished Ignatius's book.
Do you like Jason Bourne or James Bond movies?
No. Yes, I do.
Have you ever, in any of these fantastical situations, heard of a plot line so ridiculous that a sitting United States senator and an ambassador of a foreign government colluded at an open setting with hundreds of other people to pull off the greatest caper in the history of
Thank you for saying that, Senator Cotton. It's just like through the looking glass. I mean, what is this? I explained how, in good faith, I said I had not met with Russians because they were suggesting I, as a surrogate, had been meeting continuously with Russians. I said I didn't meet with them. And now the next thing you know, I'm accused of some reception, plotting some sort of influence campaign for the American election. It's just beyond my capability to understand, and I really appreciate, Mr. Chairman, the opportunity at least to be able to say publicly, I didn't participate in that and know nothing about it.
And I gather that's one reason why you want to testify today in public. Last week, Mr. Comey, in characteristic, dramatic, and theatrical fashion, alluded ominously to what you called innuendo, that there was some kind of classified intelligence that suggested you might have colluded with Russia or that you might have otherwise acted improperly. You've addressed those allegations here today. Do you understand why he made that allusion?
Actually, I do not. Nobody's provided me any information.
Thank you. My
about
time is
that.
limited. I have a lot of questions. Mr. Blunt asked you if you had spoken in response to Mr. Comey's statement to you after his private meeting with the President on February 14th or February 15th. You said that you did respond to Mr. Comey. Mr. Comey's testimony said that you did not. Do you know why Mr. Comey would have said that you did not respond to him on that conversation with you on February 14th or 15th?
I do not. It was a little conversation, not very long. But there was a conversation, and I did respond to him, perhaps not to everything he asked, but I did respond to him, I think in an appropriate way.
Do you know why Mr. Comey mistrusted President Trump from their first meeting on January 6th? He stated last week that he did, but he didn't state anything from that meeting that caused him to have such mistrust, to believe it.
I'm not able to speculate on that.
Let's turn to the potential crimes that we know have happened. Leaks of certain information. Here's a short list of what I have. The contents of alleged transcripts of alleged conversations between Mr. Flynn and Mr. Kislyak. The contents of President Trump's phone calls with Australian and Mexican leaders, the content of Mr. Trump's meetings with the Russian foreign minister and the ambassador, the leak of the Manchester bombing suspect's identity and crime scene photos, and last week, within 20 minutes of this committee meeting in a classified setting with Jim Comey, the leak of what the basis of Mr. Comey's innuendo was. Are these leaks serious threats to our national security, and is the Department of Justice taking them with the appropriate degree of seriousness in investigating and ultimately going to prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law?
Thank you, Senator Cotton. We have had one successful case very recently in Georgia. That person has been denied bail, I believe, and is being held in custody. But some of these leaks, as you well know, are extraordinarily damaging to the United States security. And we have got to restore a regular order principle. We cannot have persons in our intelligence agencies, our investigative agencies, or in Congress leaking sensitive matters on staff. So this is, I'm afraid, will result in, is already resulting in investigations, and I'm fear that some people may find that they wish they hadn't leaked.
Thank you. My time has expired, but for the record, it was stated earlier that the Republican platform was weakened on the point of arms for Ukraine. That is incorrect. The platform was actually strengthened. And I would note that it was the Democratic president who refused repeated bipartisan requests of this Congress to supply those arms to Ukraine.
Senator Harris.
Attorney General Sessions, you have several times this afternoon prefaced your responses by saying, to the best of your recollection. Just on the first page of your 3 pages of written testimony, you wrote, "Nor do I recall, do not have recollection, do not remember it." So my question is, for any of your testimony today, did you refresh your memory with any written documents, be they your calendar, written correspondence, emails, notes of any sort?
I attempted to refresh my recollection, but so much of this is in a wholesale campaign of extraordinary nature that you're moving so fast that You don't keep notes. You meet people. I didn't keep notes of my conversation with the Russian ambassador at the
Sir,
Republican
I'd like
convention.
to just talk about what you did.
You know, I'm just saying I didn't keep notes on most of these things, and there's
Will
nothing
you
for me.
provide this committee with the notes that you did maintain?
As appropriate, I will supply the committee with documents.
Can you please tell me what you mean when you say appropriate?
I would have to consult with lawyers in the department who know the proper procedure before disclosing documents that are held within the Department of Justice.
Attorney
I'm
General
not
Sessions.
able to make that opinion today.
Sir, I'm sure you prepared for this hearing today, and most of the questions that have been presented to you were predictable. So my question to you is, did you then review with the lawyers of your department, if you as the top lawyer are unaware, what the law is regarding what you can share with us and what you cannot share with us, what is privileged and what is not privileged?
We discussed the basic parameters of testimony. I frankly have not discussed documentary disclosure rules.
Will you make a commitment to this committee that you will share any written correspondence, be they your calendars, records, notes, emails, or anything that has been reduced at any point in time in writing to this committee where legally you actually have an obligation to do so?
I'll commit to reviewing the rules of the department, and as and when that issue is raised, to respond appropriately.
Did you have any communications with Russian officials for any reason during the campaign that have not been disclosed in public or to this committee?
I don't recall it, but I have to tell you, I cannot testify to what was said as we were standing at the Republican convention before the podium where I spoke.
My question is only as it
relates to your knowledge. I don't have the detailed memory of that.
Okay, as it relates to your knowledge.
The
Did
best
you
of
have
my-
any communication with any Russian businessmen or any Russian nationals?
I don't believe I had any conversation with Russian businessmen or Russian nationals.
Are you aware of any
Although
communications?
a lot of people were at the convention. It's conceivable that. You let me qualify it. If I don't qualify it, you'll accuse me of lying. So I need to be correct as best I can.
I do want you to be
and
honest.
I'm not able to be rushed this fast. It makes me nervous.
Are you aware of any communications with other Trump campaign officials and associates that they had with Russian officials or any Russian nationals?
I don't recall that
And are you aware of
at this moment.
Are you aware of any communications with any Trump officials, or did you have any communications with any officials about Russia or Russian interests in the United States before January 20th?
No, I may have had some conversations, and I think I did, with the general strategic concept of the possibility of whether or not Russia and the United States could get on a more harmonious relationship and move off the hostility. The Soviet Union did, in fact, collapse. It's really a tragic strategic event that we're not able to get along better than we are
Before being
today.
sworn in as Attorney General, how did you typically communicate with then-candidate or President-elect Trump?
Would you repeat that?
Before you were sworn in as Attorney General, how did you typically communicate with then-candidate or President-elect Trump?
I did not
communicate
submit
in writing?
memoranda. I did not make formal presentations.
Did you ever communicate with him in writing?
I don't believe so.
And you referred to a longstanding DOJ policy. Can you tell us what policy it is you're talking about?
Well, I think most cabinet people, as the witnesses you had before you earlier, those individuals declined to comment because we're all about conversations with the president.
Sir, I'm just
because
asking you
that's
about the DOJ
long-standing
policy you referred to.
policy that goes beyond just the Attorney General.
Is that policy in writing somewhere?
I think so.
So did you not consult it before you came before this committee, knowing we would ask you questions about
Well,
it?
we talked about it. The policy is
Did
based.
you ask that it would be shown to you?
The policy is based on the principle that the president...
Sir, I'm not asking about the principle. I'm asking when you
Well, I'm
knew that you
unable
would be
to
asked
answer the
these
question.
questions and you would rely on that policy, did you not ask your staff to show you the policy that would be the basis for you refusing to answer the majority of questions that have been asked
should be
of
allowed
you?
to answer the question.
Senators will allow the chair to control the hearing. Senator Harris, let him answer. The
Please
time's
do.
expired.
Thank you.
We talked about it, and we talked about the real principle that's at stake. It's one that I have some appreciation for, as having spent 15 years in the Department of Justice, 12 as United States Attorney, and that principle is that the Constitution provides the head of the executive branch certain privileges, and that members, one of them is confidentiality of communications, and it is improper for agents of any department any departments in the executive branch to waive that privilege without a clear approval of the president.
I have asked
and that's the situation
Mr.
we're
Sessions
in.
for a yes or no. Did you ask your
So the
staff
answer is
to see
yes,
the
I
policy?
consulted.
Did you ask your staff to see the policy?
Expired.
Apparently
Senator
not.
Cornyn.
Attorney General Sessions, former Director Comey, in his letter to FBI employees when he was terminated, started this way. He said, "I've long believed that a president can fire an FBI director for any reason or no reason at all." Do you agree with that?
Yes, and I think that was good for him to say, because I believe we're going to have a new and excellent FBI director, a person who is smart, disciplined, with integrity and proven judgment, that would be good for the Bureau. And I think that statement probably was a valuable thing for Director Comey to say, and I appreciate that he did.
Just to reiterate the timeline of your recusal and the Rosenstein memo and your letter to the President recommending the termination of Director Comey, you recused from the Russian investigation on March the 2nd, correct?
The formal recusal took place on that date.
The letter that you wrote forwarding the Rosenstein memo to the President as a basis for Director Comey's termination was dated May the 9th, a couple of months after you'd recused from the Russian investigation, correct?
I believe that's correct.
So isn't it true that the Russian...
That is correct.
The memorandum written by the Deputy Attorney General, your letter to the President forwarding that recommendation didn't mention Russia at all. Is that your recollection?
That is correct.
So let's review what the basis was of Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein's recommendation. He wrote in his memo on May the 9th, he said, "I cannot defend the director's handling of the conclusion of the investigation of Secretary Clinton's emails, and I do not understand his refusal to accept the nearly universal judgment that he was mistaken." And of course, he's talking about Director Comey. He went on to say the director, that was Director Comey at the time, was wrong to usurp the Attorney General's authority on July the 5th, 2016. You'll recall that was the date of the press conference he held. He went on to say that the FBI director is never empowered to supplant federal prosecutors and assume command of the Justice Department. Finally, he said, compounding the error, the director ignored another long-standing principle, that we do not hold press conferences to release derogatory information about the subject of a declined criminal investigation. In fact, there is written policy from the Department of Justice, is there not, entitled Election Year Sensitivities. Are you familiar with the prohibition of the Justice Department making announcements or taking other actions that might interfere with the normal elections?
I am generally familiar with that. Some of those were the Holder memoranda after my time in the department.
Well, let me read.
There's always been rules about it, though.
Well, let me read just an excerpt from a memo from the Attorney General, March 9th, 2012.
entitled Election Year Sensitivities. It says law enforcement officers and prosecutors may never select the timing of investigative steps or criminal charges for the purpose of affecting any election or for the purpose of giving an advantage or disadvantage to any candidate or political party. Such a purpose is inconsistent with the Department's mission and with the principles of federal prosecution. Do you agree with that?
Essentially, yes.
So what essentially the Deputy Attorney General said is that former Director Comey violated Department of Justice directives when he held a press conference on July the 5th, 2016. He announced that Secretary Clinton was extremely careless with classified email and went on to release other derogatory information, including his conclusion that she was extremely careless, but yet went on to say that no reasonable prosecutor would prosecute her. That is not the role of the FBI director, is it? That is a job for the prosecutors at the Department of Justice. That's what was meant by Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein when he said that Director Comey usurped the role of the Department of Justice prosecutors. Is that right?
That is correct. And former Attorney General Bill Barr wrote an op-ed recently in which he said he had assumed that Attorney General Lynch had urged Mr. Comey to make this announcement so she wouldn't have to do it. But in fact, it appears he did it without her approval totally. And that is a pretty stunning thing. It is a stunning thing, and it violates fundamental powers. And then when he reaffirmed that the rightness he believed of his decision on May 3rd, I think it was, that was additional confirmation that the director's thinking was not clear.
Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, a point, Attorney General. Senator Heinrich and others have raised the issue of long-standing rules. If there are written rules to this effect, would you provide them to the committee, please?
I will.
Thank you very much. Now, Senator Corn has made the point that the whole substance of your recommendation to the President to dismiss Director Comey was his unprofessional conduct with respect to the Clinton administration. Is that correct?
I supported everything that the Deputy Attorney General put in his memoranda as good and important factors to use in determining whether or not he had conducted himself in a way that justified continuing in office. I think it pretty well speaks for itself, and I believe most of it did deal with that. The discussion about his performance was a bipartisan discussion. It began during the election time. Democrats were very unhappy about the way he conducted himself. And in retrospect, and looking at it, I think it was more egregious than I may have even understood at the time.
General,
you're not, with regard to the
General, if I may,
okay.
And I don't want to cut you off.
Okay, I'll let you go. So I'm sorry.
Excuse me, sir, but on July 7th, when Mr. Comey made his first announcement about the case, you were on Fox News, and you said, first of all, Director Comey is a skilled former prosecutor, and then you concluded by saying essentially that it's not his problem, it's Hillary Clinton's problem. Then in November, on November 6th, after Mr. Comey again made news in late October by reopening, if you will, the investigation, you said again on Fox News, you know, FBI Director Comey did the right thing when he found new evidence. He had no choice but to report it to the American Congress, where he had under oath testified. The investigation was over. He had to correct that and say, this investigation is ongoing now. I'm sure it's significant, or else he wouldn't have announced that. So in July and November, Director Comey was doing exactly the right thing. You had no criticism of him. You felt that, in fact, he was a skilled professional prosecutor. You felt that his last statement in October was fully justified. So how can you go from those statements to agreeing with Mr. Rosenstein and then asking the president or recommending he be fired?
I think, in retrospect, as all of us began to look at that clearly and talk about it as perspectives of the Department of Justice, once the director had first got involved and embroiled in a public discussion of this investigation, which would have been better never have been discussed publicly, and said it was over. Then when he found new evidence that came up, I think he probably was required to tell Congress that it wasn't over, that new evidence had been developed. It probably would have been better and would have been consistent with the rules of the Department of Justice to never have talked about the investigation to begin with. Once you get down that road, that's the kind of thing that you get into that went against classical prosecuting policies that I learned and was taught when I was a United States attorney and assistant United States attorney.
If I may ask another question. Your whole premise in recommending to the president was the actions in October involving Secretary of State Clinton, the whole Clinton controversy. Did you feel misled when the president announced that his real reason for dismissing Mr. Comey was the Russian investigation?
I'm not able to characterize that fact. I wouldn't try to comment on that.
So you had no inkling that there was anything to do with Russia until the President of the United States basically declared it not only on TV, but in the Oval Office to the Russian foreign minister saying, the pressure's off now, I got rid of that nut job. That came to you as a complete surprise.
Well, all I can say is, Senator Reid, that our recommendation was put in writing, and I believe it was correct. And I believe the president valued it, but how he made his decision was his.
And you had
process.
no inkling that he was considering the Russian investigation?
Well, I'm not going to try to guess what I thought.
No, that's fair. There is a scenario in which this whole recapitulation of Clinton was a story, basically, a cover story that the president sort of tried to put out and that he quickly abandoned. And his real reason was a Russian investigation, which, if had been the case, I would suspect you, in principle, would have reclused yourself from any involvement. So, thank you.
Thank you. Senator McCain.
Over the last few weeks, the administration has characterized your previously undisclosed meetings with Russian Ambassador Kislyak as meetings you took in your official capacity as a U.S. Senator and a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee. As chairman of that committee, let me ask you a few questions about that. At these meetings, did you raise concerns about Russian invasion of Ukraine or annexation of Crimea?
I did, Senator McCain, and I would like to follow up a little bit on that. That's one of the meetings that's one of the issues that I recall explicitly. The day before my meeting with the Russian ambassador, I'd met with the Ukrainian ambassador, and I heard his concerns about Russia. And so I raised those with Mr. Kislyak, and he gave, as you can imagine, not 1 inch. Everything they did, the Russians had done, according to him, was correct. And I remember pushing back on it, and it was a bit testy on that subject.
Knowing you on the committee, I can't imagine that. Did you raise concerns about Russia's support for President Bashar Assad and his campaign of indiscriminate violence against his own citizens, including his use of chemical weapons?
I don't recall whether that was discussed or not.
You raised concerns about Russia's interference in our electoral process or its interference in the electoral processes of our allies?
I don't recall that being discussed.
At those meetings, if you spoke with Ambassador Kislyak in your capacity as a member of the Armed Services Committee, you presumably talked with him about Russia-related security issues that you have demonstrated as important to you as a member of the committee?
Did I discuss security issues?
I don't recall you as being particularly vocal on such issues.
Repeat that, Senator McCain. I'm sorry.
The whole Russia-related security issues that you demonstrate is important to you as a member of the committee. Did you raise those with him?
You mean such issues as nuclear issues, or?
Yeah. In other words, Russia-related security issues. In your capacity as the chairman of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, what Russia-related security issues did you hold hearings on or otherwise demonstrate a keen interest in?
We may have discussed that. I just don't have a real recall of the meeting. I was not making a report about it to anyone. I just was basically willing to meet and see what he discussed.
And his response was?
I don't recall.
During the 2016 campaign season, do you have any contacts with any representative, including any American lobbyist or agent of any Russian company within or outside your capacity as a member of Congress or a member of the Armed Services Committee?
I don't believe so.
Politico recently reported that in the middle of the 2016 elections, the FBI found that Russian diplomats whose travel the State Department was supposed to track had gone missing. Some turned up wandering around the desert or driving around Kansas. Reportedly, intelligence sources conclude that after about a year of inattention, these movements indicate, one, that Moscow's espionage ground game has grown stronger and more brazen, and that quietly the Kremlin has been communications infrastructure. What do you know about this development and how the Justice Department and other relevant U.S. government agencies are responding to it?
We need to do more, Senator McCain. I am worried about it. We also see that from other nations with these kind of technological skills like China and some of the other nations that are penetrating our business interest, our national security interest. As a member of the Armed Services Committee, I did support and advocate, and I think you supported legislation that would, and it's ongoing now, that requires the Defense Department to identify weaknesses in our system and how we can fix them. But I would say to you, Senator McCain, that is, in my short tenure here in the Department of Justice, I've been more concerned about computer hacking and those issues than I was at in the Senate. It's an important issue. You're correct.
The Washington Post reported yesterday Russia has developed a cyber weapon that can disrupt the United States power grids and telecommunications infrastructure. This weapon is similar to what Russia or Russian allied hackers used to disrupt Ukraine's electrical grid in 2015. Can you discuss a little bit in open session how serious that is?
I don't believe I can discuss the technological issues, just to say that it is very disturbing that the Russians continue to push hostile actions in their foreign policy, and it is not good for the United States or the world or Russia, in my opinion.
Do you believe we have a strategy in order to counter these ever-increasing threats to our national security and our way of life?
Not sufficient. We do not have a sufficient strategy dealing with technological and IT penetrations of our system. I truly believe it's more important than I ever did before, and I appreciate your concern and leadership on that issue. And in fact, all of Congress is going to have to do better.
Senator's time's expired. Chair would recognize the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Sessions, thank you. I particularly appreciate your last comments with Senator McCain about the seriousness of this threat, and it's why so many of us on this committee are concerned when the whole question of Russian intervention, the President continues to refer to it as a witch hunt and fake news, and there doesn't seem to be a recognition of the seriousness of this threat. I share, I think most members do, the consensus that the Russians massively interfered. They want to continue to interfere, not to favor one party or another, but to favor their own interest. And it is of enormous concern that we have to hear from the administration how they're going to take that on. I also believe comments have been made here about where we head in terms of some of the Trump associates who may have had contacts with Russians. Candidly, we've not gotten to all of that yet because of the unprecedented firing of the FBI director that was leading this very same Russia investigation that superseded some of our activities. So those members who I hope will equally pursue the very troubling amount of smoke, at least, that's out there between individuals that were affiliated with the Trump campaign, possible ties with Russians. I've not reached any conclusions, but we've got to pursue that. Final comment, and I understand your point, but you have to, there were a series of comments made by Mr. Comey last week. I think members on this side of the aisle have indicated you understand executive privilege, understand classified setting. I do think we need, as Senator Reid indicated and Senator Harris and others, if there are these long-standing written procedures about this ability to have some other category to protect the conversations with the president, we'd like to get a look at them, because we need to find out, in light of some of the contradictions between today and last week, where this all heads. At the end of the day, this is not only, let me restate what I said the last time, this is not about relitigating 2016. It is about finding out what happened, about some of the serious allegations about potential ties, but on a going forward basis, making sure that the Russians who are not finished in terms of their activities didn't end in the election day of 2016. We know that is ongoing, and we have to be better prepared on a going forward basis. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, one brief comment, if you mind. I do want to say that a change at the top of the FBI should have no impact whatsoever on the investigation. Those teams have been working, and they'll continue to work, and they've not been altered in any way.
But there were a number of very strange comments that Mr. Comey testified last week that you could have, I believe, shed some light on. But we'll continue. Thank you, sir.
General Sessions, thank you again for your willingness to be here. Not sure that you knew it, but your replacement sat through most of this hearing, Luther Strange. He's made us regret that we don't have intramural basketball team in 6'9".
Big Luther is a good round ball player at Tulane.
You've been asked a wide range of questions, and I think you've answered things related to claims about the meeting at the Mayflower. You've answered questions that surround the reasons of your recusal and the fact that you had never been briefed since day one on the investigation, that you made clear that you can't think of any other conversations that you've had with Russian officials. You've covered in detail the conversation that you had, though brief, with Director Comey that he referenced to after his private meeting with the president, just to name a few things that I think you've helped us to clear up. There were several questions that you chose not to answer because of confidentiality with the president. I would only ask you now to go back and work with the White House to see if there are any areas of questions that they feel comfortable with you answering, and if they do, that you provide those answers in writing to the committee. I would also be remiss if I didn't remind you that those documents that you can provide for the committee, they would be helpful to us for the purposes of sorting timelines out. Anything that substantiates your testimony today, individuals who might have been at events that you're familiar with, especially those that worked for you, would be extremely helpful. And more importantly, I want to thank you for your agreement to have a continuing dialogue with us as we might need to ask some additional questions as we go a little further down the investigation. That certainly does not have to be a public hearing, but it may be an exchange and a dialogue that we have. You have helped us tremendously, and we're grateful to you and to Mary for the unbelievable sacrifice that you made in this institution, but also now in this administration. This hearing is now adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us and choosing us as your stream of choice. Thank you very much for all those people that gave a thumbs up. They shared the stream. You guys made us number one. And like I said, thank you very much. If you are new to the community, we encourage you that you join us by clicking that subscribe button. We stream everything that has to do with administration. And we also stream breaking news. And we do news stories. So we're very active when it comes to politics and news. So make sure that you guys check out the channel. And if you guys are interested, subscribe. Like I said, thank you very much. President Trump spoke earlier while the thing was going on. And we're gonna put it on our channel. We have it on Facebook. If you guys want to check it out on Facebook, it's on there. But we're gonna be uploading it to the channel in just a few minutes. So make sure that you guys join us. He was speaking about Obamacare and the new legislation that's going to be passing through by July, they said. So hopefully it's coming soon. So let us know what you guys think about that. And like I said, thank you very much, everyone. And I'll see you guys soon. My name is Gent. I'm from Golden State Times. Thank you for choosing us as your streamer of choice. Just really quick, I want to thank Brian Knight and also Carolyn Hall for keeping the chat clean and enjoyable for everyone. It's very awesome. It's very good that, you know, the chat tries to stay as fluent as possible, as civil as possible, and both moderators helped very much, you know, get everything situated and everybody to enjoy themselves. Even if you do have a different point of view, it doesn't matter. You're welcome here. As long as you have civil, you know, you're civil and you have constructive criticism so we can talk about the issues and at least find some common ground. So, you know, that's what our chat is all about. So thank you very much, mods.